today when there is no flying going on. But if you are tuned in, you'll also be able to get in your cars, and especially a massive welcome to all those out there on the sea as well. Yes, we've got the most fantastic flying display lined up for you this afternoon. You've already had a flavour for it, but the best thing to do is get yourself a programme, just an extraordinary low price of $6.95. It's got everything you need to know in it, and of course, all that information, fabulous photographs of the aircraft taking part, and of course, in-depth interviews and mentions about the crews who will be supporting us here as well today. Well, the sun's just set. The weather looks fantastic for the next few days. Great to see so many of you here already, and I hope you're ready for some fun throughout the day. And of course, we're going to be flying right through until about 8:30 this evening. Now, the sun's up there. It's pretty hot, and of course, still strong this time of year. So make sure the kids are looked after well. Hats, sunscreens, lots of fluids, all that sort of thing as well. And please look after all your belongings and your rubbish as well. Make sure that stays with you throughout the course of the afternoon. Now, we've just got one or two minor changes. I'll update you on all of that during the course of the afternoon. But I can assure you, it's a cracking show with a massive amount of variety from modern-day frontline jets. Of course, we've got a couple of vintage jets that I think you've heard about as well coming later in the afternoon, but also some marvellous historic warbirds as well. Starting off very shortly with the Lancaster. Oh, wonderful, cool sounds indeed. Just getting yourself settled in for what is going to be a fabulous afternoon here. Would you believe day one of the 16th Bournemouth Air Festival? Of course, underpinned and brought to us so well over the last 16 years by BCP Council, supported by the Destination Management Board of both Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Now, I mentioned getting hold of one of those programs, got everything you need, but additionally, it's issued with a unique code that will give you online access to the updated and current flying display program on a daily basis. You can download the new Air Festival app as well using this code and then get all the updates you require. It's very easy to obtain. You can get your brochure from the kiosk located along the site and the Tourist Information Centre at Pier Approach. Most kiosks will accept cashless payments. You can, of course, if you look at it, if you've got to get away, maybe leave the site for a while, you can go to aeroview.tv just to keep yourself up to date with the flying activity as well. But a few other aspects around safety around this particular site. Of course, we've got a high cliff, basically an upstairs and a downstairs site that we can make use of here. So please make sure that you don't start moving around on the cliff. Stewards and security are patrolling the areas, and you will be moved off that. Access will be in contravention of the local bylaws, of course. And of course, it's essential that you can help us to stay safe as well. We've been working with Dorset Police and all the emergency services to make sure you have the best possible day out. But it's up to all of us to remain vigilant. So please just alert any of the friendly stewards around the place. Lots of those, of course, from BCP in the pink T-shirts, but additional stewards and the police all here to help you have a great day. No e-scooters and cycling on the sites at all. And of course, it goes without saying, absolutely no drones, balloons or kites anywhere. Put them back in the box, put them back in the car. Don't even think about flying them during the course of the air display. It is, of course, illegal, and you will be prosecuted, as others have learnt in the last couple of days. Well, we're just setting the safety parameters now to get going. You'll see that we're joined by a number of boats out there, as usual. We expect that to be several hundred by the time we get to Saturday. And you'll see a line of big red buoys. That, of course, is the main fly line. There is also a line of yellow buoys. That is the swim line, beyond which we do not wish you to go. So enjoy the sea, enjoy the beach, but please don't wander out during the course of the flying displays. And a big shout out to my friends and family on a little boat out there called Boundless. I want to name, and I hope you all have a good day along with all the other boats out there this afternoon. Mine's a G&T, please. Well, just about a minute to go now before we start the air show, and this one's coming from a different direction. So boys and girls, mums and dads, keep your eyes open. Running in now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a massive Bournemouth Air Festival welcome to the mighty Lancaster. And what a magnificent sight that is. What a graceful and outstanding aircraft to start the first day of this 16th Air Festival here in Bournemouth. One of the most famous and successful Royal Air Force heavy bombers of World War II. Massive legend that lives on through the work of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Of course, it's been a tough year for them, and we think of the troubles they've been through during the course of this summer. Following on from the failed design of the Manchester, Roy Chadwick put his thinking hat back on again and came up with this remarkable aircraft, which first flew from Manchester on the 9th of January 1941. Hard to imagine that that was just a couple of years, of course, after the war itself had started, and then 2 years before that, so the most populous aircraft in the Royal Air Force was actually the Blenheim bomber, and was that one being far superseded and out-bombed by this aircraft designed to do what was needed at the time. First production Lancaster flew later that year in October 1941, with the first Royal Air Force unit receiving their aircraft at number 44 Squadron at Waddington on Christmas Eve, quickly followed by 97 Squadron at Woodhall Spa. The performance of the Lancaster was absolutely outstanding, and just look at the sheer might and power of that machine. 4 fabulous Merlin engines in formation along that massive wing. It could carry a maximum bomb load of 22,000 pounds, a maximum level speed with a full load at 15,000 feet of 270 miles an hour. It also cruise routinely at altitudes above 20,000 feet at a range speed of 200 miles an hour. With a bomb load that was fully tanked up, it had a range in excess of 1,500 miles. An impressive total of over 7,000 Lancasters were built between 1941 and 1946. Of those, many thousands were lost on operations and another several hundred lost on written off in various crashes. And only 2 remain airworthy today, the other one being in Canada. It was back in 2014 we had the pleasure of flying those 2 aircraft together in and around Britain. Its presence, performance, ruggedness, reliability, and as you can see, sheer charisma endeared it to its crews, who were proud to fly this famous thoroughbred. In the hands today of Flight Lieutenant Seb Davey, bomber leader as he's known up on the flight. Local lad from up there from Merseyside. An aerospace systems engineer at heart, graduating from nearby Southampton University. Many, many hours under his belt. Alongside Seb, we've got Matt Moore and Stradders crewing for him, along with engineers Jim Stokes and Scotty Mitchell. Of course, these aircraft wouldn't be in the air without the help of a very large engineering team, the backroom boys who keep these aircraft on the road. Seb's first tour on the C-130J at RAF Lynham set him up for this sort of work, which he does, of course, in his spare time at weekends. Completed detachments in Iraq and Afghanistan, and also was supporting the Pakistan earthquake humanitarian effort as well. He then moved on to become an instructor at the Tactical Air Transport course and one of the Royal Air Force's first Airbus A400M Atlas pilots. Going around that big turn now, very low with the undercarriage down. You can almost imagine, can't you, the number of crews coming back with a serious amount of damage, limping their way back across the English Channel to find the base. Alongside Seb, he joined very early, age just 16, flew solo for the first time in a glider, completed a flying scholarship in PPL at the age of 17. This particular aircraft, 474, was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory in Harden in May 1945. Too late to take part in the main wartime operation, but was modified for Far East operations against the Japanese as part of the Tiger Force, first flown in this configuration in August 1945. Coming round now for its final pass, an opportunity to recall the motto of the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, lest we forget, and don't let us. In total, some 125,000 aircrews served in Bomber Command during World War II. Over 73,000 of them became casualties, killed, wounded, or shot down. Final pass for the Battle Brit Memorial Flight, the Lancaster. and a wonderful sight indeed. Well, what a terrific start. Got about 2 hours of flying before we take a bit of a short mid-afternoon tea break here, give you a chance to sort out the rest of the family. Then another hour after that, featuring, of course, the Typhoon and the extraordinary exploits of Richard Goodwin in his jet-powered Pitts Special. A slightly rearranged Merlin formation joining us from Rolls-Royce this afternoon, and then a really spectacular end to the afternoon part with our Swedish vintage jets. Stick around this evening, and it was Bournemouth that pioneered the night shows here back in 2010, and of course we've never looked back. In fact, the entire country has just taken on board the extraordinary pleasures of nighttime and dusk flying with pyrotechnics. For acts this evening, the Typhoon will be flying, starting off that session. The Firebirds, now we're going to see them next doing their daytime performance. Two very, very experienced pilots indeed, Nigel Reed and John Dodd, and giving us a masterclass in formation pairs flying. But they'll be back again later on this evening with pyrotechnics on the wings. I think you heard our chums on Hot Radio talking about Otto, interviewing Brendan O'Brien, an extraordinary character, always full of fun, flair, and a lot of circus antics as well. And if you haven't seen that before, then I urge you to make sure you're around here this evening as well, and the Red Devils. So if we keep a good look out now, we should see they're quite hard to spot. They're two relatively small aircraft, two Vans RV4 aircraft. Delightful little machines they are indeed. And they'll be joining us literally in the next couple of minutes. While we're waiting for Nigel and Doddy to get in place for the next act, just a reminder about the Kids Zone. It's part of the Kids Zone Beach Safety Scheme. Just to help you get reunited, if any of you become detached during the course of the afternoon, make sure you pick up a free wristband for children to wear from the specially trained Kids Zone staff, and also the Seafront Rangers and the lifeguards. People will also be able to help with all that. Should you have a missing or found child, please report immediately to a member of the Kids Zone Seafront team or any of the RNLI lifeguards. And just look at what a magnificent sight this is. Nigel Reed and John Dodd, the Firebirds. Now, this is just absolutely terrific stuff. Of course, all the intonation here is in the hands of the leader. And the aim of the wingman, whatever position he happens to be in, is to absolutely replicate every tiny little stick and control maneuver, staying firmly in the head of the leader. As they go over the top of each of those loops, they put the head back, take a look at the horizon, make sure they're level, and then set up for the next roll. We'll drop in and out of the cockpit, so you'll hear the various commands coming. Great little aircraft, these. They're really good traveling aircraft. The team itself started some years ago in the hands of John Gowdy and Andy Durston, who bought these aircraft from the States, set up the team, and then sold the aircraft on, and indeed pretty much the act as well, to Nigel and John, who spent most of their time either flying commercial aircraft or, of course, very much playing with warbirds across at Duxford. These aircraft, some of the most successful range of home-built aircraft in the world by a very, very long way. In the making now for around about 45, 46 years, well in excess of 10,000 of these aircraft. Sort of thing you can build in the backyard or in your garage and then just get them trucked down to your nearest airfield. Fitted with 160 horsepower, 4-cylinder Lycoming engines with fixed-pitch propellers, and seats in a tandem configuration with dual controls in the rear seat. Really versatile aircraft, these. Great for aerobatics. Pairs formation, a really, really satisfying thing to do as well. Requiring just around about 300 meters of runway for takeoff and landing as well. But good enough to cruise and tour around the continent. Running around about 160 miles an hour. And with a bit of room for the luggage as well. But able to pull +6 or -3 G. Of course, you're looking at years of experience here. These guys not only just practice this, but they've got it in literally in their blood, a whole lifetime's worth of aviation. And the smoke, of course, not just for aesthetics purposes. It is also a safety factor as well. When the aircraft split apart, it is the best way to relocate your partner. And of course, they're not the easiest aircraft to see, being all white. Okay, running in now from the left-hand side.
Rolling out now.
And that's the sign of the Nigel, the leader. And on the literally the last intonation of each syllable, that is when they put in the control input. They've been heavily modified for their role as airshow performers here. Fitted with smoke systems, wingtip pyrotechnics for our evening display tonight, as well as LED lights as well. Not fitted with any inverted system, so you've got to keep positive G on. If you're new to this game, then G is what you're weighing right now. You're all walking around at 1 G, but just imagine somebody with putting a massive weight on your head and then pushing your feet into the ground and increasing that. When we see the Typhoon later, we'll be talking about 9 times your body weight. You can sort of work pretty hard, so you're squeezing, and there are various mitigation methods physically to overcome that. But actually, when you go negative, when they're inverted to 3G, there's nothing you can do about it. You just got to grin and bear it and work really hard and train for it.
Running right now.
Putting in a little twist at the top of this. So that's the tone and sound of Nigel Reed there, just leading this flight. And very local lad he is indeed. He was introduced to flying by his father. He was an engineer with flight refueling, learned to fly the family Moth, and then he joined the local pool ATC Squadron, completing his first gliding course at Old Sarum, where he was a staff cadet. Coming back in, right and left for another roll. Enjoying every minute of this. He Flew with the Royal Air Force for many years before going commercial. He trained on the Jet Propers 3 and the 5. Then went on to fly the Hawk, the Hunter. He was the last ab initio on the attack weapons course there at Broady before moving on to the Jaguar. So a huge amount of experience there before he joined BA, flying the 757s and also the charter wing. And a captain eventually on 747s. So, local boy, done good. Great to see him here. His wingman, John Dodd, of course, also well known to many of us in the aviation business. He brought up in Scotland, studied electrical engineering up at Dundee, actually, before then getting involved in the Dundee Flying Club, flying 152s. Went on to join the Ministry of Defence, spending many years extending his flying experience there on things like chipmunks, tiger moths, tipsy nippers, and also the DC-3. Flew Turbine Islanders, much as I did for many years as well. Got his CPL, and of course, when not flying airliners now, though, he's busy flying old aircraft. I spent many years with Air Atlantic. Great opportunities for the photographers here today, and the sun just glinting perfectly off their wings. Putting up now for what we call the stall turn. So they go up, they basically let the airspeed bleed off this aircraft and leave it hanging in the sky before then totally together, put in a big boot full of rudder, and then they go with a turn back down. Big canopy full of sea right in front of them. Repositioning now for a quarter clover, basically pulling up as if going into a loop, and then just putting a little twist right at the top. Great to see some interesting angles here. That's what we call going out on the 45, the main sort of display area. As you can see in front of you there, delineated by the boats out on the far side. Got what we call the A-axis going left and right in front of you, and everything straight out is what we refer to as the B-axis. But enough of that. You just sit back and enjoy the wonderful shapes being carved in the sky. Looking over the top, looking over the back, checking the wingman's position. And excellently done. Pulling up now into what we call a half Cuban. And pulling up, once again, go right to the top, get wings level at the top, look back, and then as you come out of this one, just a little neat move on the stick, and then 180-degree roll out. Putting in that another quarter turn there at the top of that, going out on the B-axis straight out to sea. And now just repositioning for their last pass. During the course of the day, though, these guys will be having a little peek out of their cockpit. So please give them a wave. I know they'll enjoy that. They love looking down on you down there on the beach. And to perform this last pass, it's a unique maneuver. You'll see it many times on the airshow circuit. But from these guys, neatly done, pulling in. Hey, so time to give your loved one a bit of a hug. Whatever you got, go and give it a squeeze, or think of your partner, maybe not here. The Firebird's heart. And you can just hear there, that is Nigel and John just saying that are complete. Well done, the Firebirds. We'll see more of them later this evening, and altogether are different guys. So make sure you're around for that. We're just going to reset what's going on here at the central control. We're up on the East Overcliff because coming up very soon, we're going to have the Red Devils parachute team. Well, we've just been informed that we've just got a couple of minutes to wait for the aircraft, which is a little bit behind schedule. Once again, good opportunity. Just a reminder for those who've just arrived, a massive welcome to you on behalf of BCB Council to this first day of the 16th Bournemouth Air Festival. Incredible record. And just we're set for beautiful weather right through today and the next couple of days as well. So make sure the kids are well looked after, hats, sunscreen, plenty of fluids, all that sort of thing. Grab a wristband as well, make sure they're safe. Pick up a program. It's got everything you need to know about what is going on around the entire site, and it's a very long site. There's a huge amount of stuff between both the Boscombe and the Bournemouth piers to entertain the entire family, as well as a packed flying program right through until 8:30 this afternoon. Well, whilst we're just waiting for the aircraft to arrive, I've got the opportunity to chat to one of the Red Devils team. Right next to me is Private Ollie Hobbs. Good afternoon, Ollie. Great to see you here.
Hello, good to see you as well.
Yeah, so tell us, how did you get into this team?
So all of the members of the team are originally from one of the... All members of the team are originally from one of the 3 regular parachute regiment battalions, or there's the 4th parachute regiment battalion, which is a reservist battalion. So once going through basic army selection, you apply to go to one of the parachute regiment battalions, and then you spend about 28 weeks up in Catterick, right up in the north, doing phase 1 and phase 2 training with the army.
That's the gritty bit, isn't it? That's getting in and out of trenches and going up the hills in really rubbish weather. Yeah,
so that's everything that we need to become a soldier in basic training in the basic sense. So everything from the lowest level of weapon handling up to exercises where you're training as if you were in a conflict, something like that. And then there's all the physical training as well. So getting yourself ready for what we call P Company, which is on week 20. So it's a 10-mile, it starts with a 10-mile run carrying about 20 kilos of kit. So we do it in an hour 50, so 10 miles at an hour 50. It's about 11-minute mile pace. Carrying kit, which is the hard part, over undulating terrain that is Catterick training area. So that's the Wednesday of week 20 that you start that. And then you've also got a 5-mile log carry race. So it's pretty much just a telegraph pole. It's about a 60-kilo log that you carry around between 6 of you, strapped around one of your wrists for 5 miles. There's a stretcher race. So it's an 80-kilo stretcher, just solid metal, that you carry between 4 of you that you rotate through. That's about 8 miles that you do
So
with
this
that.
is all really not just testing your fitness, but your whole commitment to wanting to be a paratrooper.
Yeah, so a lot of parachute regiment selection is, it's a lot more how much you want to be there more than how much you physically ready for it. So if there's a lot of people that were more than physically fit enough to do it, but they didn't have it in their heads, so they decided they want an easier career. The parachute regiment isn't, whilst there may be things that are harder physically, it's a lot harder mentally. So
even though we're not doing in this current age an awful lot of paratrooper sorts, in this way, nonetheless, every member joining has to complete the basic parachuting course. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the big one that the parachute regiment has is what we call the Trainasium, which is on the last day of the first week before we do the 20-miler. So that's an assault course that's in the air, sort of like Go Ape, but you're not attached to anything. So there's a dive off of a high board. So it's to test your commitment to the parachute regiment and simulating jumping out of a plane at 600 feet, looking down and being able to see people walking around below you. So you're exiting static line at 600 feet, and that's how a lot of the people in the team went from the Army and the parachute regiment itself over to what we have now, which is the Red Devils, where we're doing free fall from much higher heights.
Well, now it sounds like we've got the guys talking to us now, which is fantastic. So we'll let Ollie go outside and get set. Of course, we've got a DZ set up. If you're not sure where they're landing, then it's basically midway between the 2 piers, just below the east overcliff. And Ollie will tell you all about that very shortly, but of course it takes a big team effort to make this sort of thing happen, and he's up here with me and also looking out, and I think we are about ready to go. So back to Ollie outside. There we go. Over to Ollie.
If you don't look towards the sky now, you'll see the plane flying directly overhead, and it's coming in for what we call the Woody Run. So you may see 2 long streamers, there you go, there they are now, of red and yellow craft paper. So these are what we call Woodies. Woody stands for Wind Drift Indicator. So anyone with a keen eye might be able to notice the jump master we have up in the plane, sticking his head out the door of the plane, and he's going to be watching those Woodies all the way down to the ground. He's also got an overhead picture up there in the plane with him, which has 2 circles drawn on it, one that's 500 meters away from that cross that we have in the middle of the arena, and one that's 1 kilometer away from that cross. So what he's going to do is watch those Woodies all the way down, keeping his head out the door of that plane, mark where they land, and from that he is going to make any adjustments and assessments he needs to on the wind, both the strength and direction that it's blowing. As you can see in the middle of the arena, we also have 2 members of the team down there with us. We have Lance Corporal Jordan Brown and Corporal Molt. Give us a wave if you can hear me. There you go. As you can see, they've just set off the smoke in the centre of the arena. So the smoke's another indicator to the jumpers up in the plane what the winds are doing on the ground. Obviously, we've got the woodies that tell them what the winds are doing between the ground and the plane. We've got a little kestrel that will tell them the wind strength, but that smoke's going to be blowing throughout the display and giving them a permanent reading on the winds. They've also got winds up in the plane as well, so the pilot's going to be telling them exactly what the winds are doing up in the plane in case they want to make any different exit directions and if they want to get out past or short of the cross. So I'll just be watching those woodies all the way down to the ground now then. Once they've landed, they're going to start climbing to altitude. We will go up to 10,000 feet for a display. However, we're normally capped on the aircraft height by either clouds, which fortunately you can see today. We've got clear clouds. I've just heard over the radio that we've got 5,000 feet for today's display. I believe we've got an aircraft limit. So the aircraft's going to climb to about 5,000 feet. The Woody Run was always at 2,000 feet, so they've got another 3,000 feet to climb. And then they'll be running in for today's display at 5,000 feet. Whilst they're climbing up to 5,000 feet, then all of the jumpers are going to be going over any last things they need to in their heads and with each other. So we'll do different displays depending on what height we get. If we only get 1,800 feet, which is the lowest that we'll go for a display, we won't be able to put on anything like a crew formation where we have canopies forming controlled collisions with each other in the sky. And if we go up to 10,000 feet, then we'll get a lot more in free fall. We'll get some wingsuits out maybe, and maybe some of the bigger flags as well. We've got 5,000 feet for today's display, which is the aircraft limit. So hopefully they'll be running in shortly, and they'll be coming straight in, doing for today's display. I believe we have some crew formations going in. We've also got a tracking suit as well. If anybody sees any red smoke trailing out the back of that plane before I do, please don't call the fire brigade. That's not the plane going down. It's not the plane on fire. It is the jump master holding on to the outside of the plane. Anyone with a keen eye might be able to see them. I believe they might be coming in for jump run now, putting it on nice and quickly for us. So keep an eye on that plane. If anybody sees that red smoke trailing out the back of the plane, give us a big cheer, and I'll stop rambling on and talk to you about the display as it's unfolding in front of us. So if anyone's got a good eye, give us a cheer if you see that red smoke or the jump master holding onto the outside of the plane before I do, and I'll stop talking to you about the team and talk to you about the display that's unfolding in front of you. We also have some flag jumpers on today's display, so keep an eye out for. We have a Bournemouth flag flying with us. We also have a wingsuiter exiting the plane as well, so he'll be the first person out. Won't be the jump master, so he'll be hanging onto the outside of the plane slightly earlier, as he's going to get a lot more drive, and then he may even overtake the plane as he's falling away from it. So he's in a little suit that turns his whole body into a wing, like the wing of the plane, and gets him a lot of forward drive. And then he'll be the first person down, and he's going to set the landing pattern for all the other jumpers that are following him in. So whilst they're going around then, like I said, they're going to be sorting out their plan. So that crew formation, they'll be going over it one last time, making sure they all know exactly what they're going to do, what order they're going to land in. So if they need to discuss anything, make any changes in the last minute, they'll be doing those now. They'll all be quite quiet up on that plane, everyone making sure they know exactly what they're doing, what order they're doing things in. And then they'll be getting ready, making sure they're in the right order in the plane as well, so they're in the exit order they want as well as the landing order they want. There you go, that's the red smoke trailing out the back of the plane now. So that is the indication from the wingsuiter that he's about to exit the plane. There you go, you can see the wingsuit flying away from that plane now. He's going to build up a load of speed and he may even overtake the plane. And there goes someone else out behind him, I believe that's the jump master. He's going to be falling down nice and fast for us all and setting the landing pattern for today's display. Got some more jumpers exiting after him as well. They're all going to be doing their own thing. They've all got their own plans as to what they're doing. And you may also see 2 canopies opened much higher up. I'll bring you back to those later on. So like I said, that's the jump master opening nice and low for us all. And what he's going to do is he's going to set the landing pattern for today's display. So he's making his assessment off the smoke that we've got on the ground with us, judging how strong that wind is, and off of that he's going to decide where he needs to turn to get as close to that cross as he can. Now the cross isn't a target for the team, although they do like to try and hit it when they can. However, the main purpose for the cross is as an indicator to them up in the plane that it's safe. They don't give them any hate if they miss that cross, but they will do what they can to put it nice and close to it. So first person down then. Jump master for today's display, we have Lance Corporal Ollie Goss, right on the cross for you all. Coming down behind Ollie then, we have the wingsuiter for today's display. Got out first for you all. Coming down right behind Ollie, we have Corporal Stephen Hanley. Following in behind Steve then, we have the jump master from the last couple of years. We have Corporal Mike French. If I can bring all your attentions back up towards where the plane was, you can see one of those canopy formations that I was talking to you about. We have what we call a by-hand, so there's 2 canopies that are connected up together. So what they did, those are the 2 canopies that pulled their parachutes as soon as they exited the plane. And what they did is the first person will exit, the second person will exit straight after them. And then from there, as soon as the second person pulls their parachute, the first person is going to pull on them. That will keep them in close vicinity to each other once they've pulled their parachutes. From there, they were able to crash into the back of each other and manipulate their canopies against each other as they're doing now, downplaning directly overhead and bringing their parachutes nice and quickly down to the ground overhead for you all as they just did there. This allows them to split nice and low for you all as they did, and then they were going to also land simultaneously for you and put on a good display for you all. Whilst I was talking to you about that, we also had 2 other canopies land. So we had flying the Bournemouth Air Show flag, we had Lance Corporal Adam Bellingham. We also had Team Sergeant Nathan Fisher, who was the cameraman for today's display. And last but not least, on the crew that has just landed for you all, we had Corporal Richard Kingston and Lance Corporal Louis Cuddy. So if anyone got any good photos or videos of today's display and you feel like sharing them on your social medias later, please do tag the team as well. We'd love to see all of your points of view for a display. Obviously, half of the team will have jumped with a cameraman with a camera on today, so we'll get all of the points of view from the jumpers. However, it's always good to see what it looks like from the ground as well. So if anyone's got any photos or videos, once again, that they're going to put up on their social medias, please do tag the team. You may share it on as well if you make us look good. But like I say, we like to see all of your perspectives of a display. If any of you want to come and see our perspective of a display, not too far from the arena where they've all landed, off to the right-hand side of the arena, there is a Red Devils tent. Over there, we have a TV set up with a team film, which is a short video of everything that we achieved last year, both in displays and in training jumps. So if you head over to the marquee that we have set up, you can watch all of the displays and all of our footage from the last year. Also over there, not just for the kids, but for the parents as well, we have some VR headsets set up. So if anyone wants to put on a VR headset and experience first person what it looks like to jump out of a plane at 12,000 feet, fall towards the ground at 120 miles an hour and pull a parachute, well, one of us will pull our parachutes, then go over to our tents, speak to one of the people over there, and they'll put on a VR headset for you and show you what it looks like from our perspective to do a display such as this one. was night jumps last year. All of that was all on the team film as well. I believe the VR headsets, we've got a big wave formation. So there's 12 people that all fly to each other in the sky before they pull their parachutes. So you form a circle shape in the air whilst falling at 120 miles an hour. And the other formation on the VR headsets is we have the pentagram, which is the world's first that we managed to pull off last year. So like the 2 people that were connected up by the hip today, we had 5 people all connected up to a central point, and they manipulated their canopies straight down towards the ground, which was a world's first that the team managed to achieve last year. We were trying to pull off 6 people for the 60th anniversary of the team. However, various reasons this year have meant that we've not been able to pull that off. However, it's still something that we've got on the cards and we're going to try and pull off shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if anybody wants to find the marquee and can't see it themselves, just follow the team members as they walk off of the landing area. They'll all be walking back to the marquee. If anyone wants to take any photos or videos with the team, get any autographs, anything like that, please just follow the team and they'll be heading over to the marquee now. Can we get one final round of applause for the display team today? Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Devils!
Yeah, let's hear it. Thanks very much to Private Ollie Hobbs there, leading us through that fabulous display. And what a great day for it as well. Well, you know, you heard earlier on Ollie shouting about how you can get to be a paratrooper. Why not go down to one of the villages and around the military areas and have a chat to the guys that really do it? Of course, the team are right there on the beach right now. But along the way under Zone 2 in the Undercliff, there's the Royal Air Force Village, of course, very popular year in, year out. It's open every day from 10 till 6, and you can go there and chat about life in the Royal Air Force, find out what it does, where it does it, and speak to the guys that do it as well. The Royal Navy Village with the Royal Marines is also in Zone 2, next to the main festival hospitality marquee. That's open again from 10. You can meet the guys, once again, the Marines, with lots of hands-on interactive entertainment there. Our grateful thanks, by the way, for bringing the Red Devils parachute display team here to the Heightlift Marriott, and their hospitality extends throughout the course of the show, so well done to them as well. Meanwhile, the Army Village is right next to the Royal Navy Village there, and you can check out the tanks and vehicles. They've got a Challenger tank down on the beach, would you believe, and you can get lots of hands-on activity. During the course of the breaks this afternoon, we've got one coming up at 4, and then the next one round about 5:30. Make sure you take the little ones down to the STEM Village. That's right at the bottom of the East Cliff Zigzag, and there's just a huge amount to get on and do down there as well. With the partner sponsor Health Sciences University, there's a lot of additional work there and a whole range of companies and really interesting stuff for the kids to do. Okay, well, we've got a few minutes, a little bit of a gap now whilst we wait for the next aircraft to make it through. I'll be with you very shortly. Yeah, we're all chilled out here on the beach, having just a terrific afternoon. While we were talking military there, it's worth reminding yourselves that, of course, there is more military activity during the course of the evening before the night air starts with unarmed combat at 20 past 6. That's in Zone 4. And beat retreat, of course, also at 18:45. Both of those hugely popular throughout the course of the last few years. Plenty of refreshments down on the beach this year as well. A lot of pop-up restaurants and cocktails. Sandbar in Zone 1, the cocktail bar by the Eastcliff Zigzag, the bootleg bar down in Zone 4, along with the Sunset Beach as well. And upstairs here on the Overcliff, we got the Hop On In bar. Smugglers Golf putting out an offer there to test your golf skills and challenge your friends and family to a game of Smugglers Cove mini golf. That's on Bournemouth Pier Approach, of course. Make the most of, they've currently got a 2-for-1 offer during the entire time of the Bournemouth Air Festival. And don't forget, of course, keep going on the social media as well. Check out the Air Festival Facebook and Twitter pages. Get the latest feedback and information. And make sure that all comes through as well. And load all your pictures up onto the Air Festival Insta account as well. If you haven't got a program yet, make sure you pick one of those up. You'll get the code for the app. That'll give you all the updated changes to the Air program throughout the course of the next 2.5 days. Well, we're going to see the first of the frontline training aircraft from the Royal Air Force. This is an aircraft will be coming up. We're expecting that in about 4 to 5 minutes' time. Well, I've just heard that we're going to bring the next aircraft in a little bit earlier, which is excellent news indeed. And you've got to keep a sharp lookout for this as well, because it's a pretty small aircraft. It's called a Grob Tutor. And, well, it's actually a 115E, but it's known in the Royal Air Force, in fact, all three services, because this is the aircraft you would start your training on, were you to go pilot training with any of the military services. Of course, don't forget both the Army and Navy active in the rotary world as well. So look out to sea. You'll see coming in at around about 200 miles an hour, we reckon. The Tutor, flown today by Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews. Now, this one isn't smoke equipped, so it's a little bit harder to pick up. And of course, against that misty haze there far out to sea, it can be hard to see. But he's been given his clearance to display. I think he's just making his way around the Dorset headland there over towards Old Harry Rocks, and then stretching a little bit out to sea.
Monitor the stream as much as I can, yeah.
The aircraft's used for elementary flying training by all the university air squadrons and the air experience flights. It's also used by the Central Flying School and also for some weapon systems operators' initial flying training as well. All registered as civilian aircraft, but run essentially by a company called Babcock, but all flown by the military to train future military pilots. Constructed mainly from carbon fiber reinforced plastic, combines high strength with light weight. Succeeded the Bulldog in its training, so look at right ahead now, running in fast. On behalf of the Royal Air Force, a massive welcome to the 2024 Royal Air Force Tutor display. Running in quickly now, be pulling up. It's around 5 Gs. Remember, that's 5 times the body weight. He'll be squeezing and groaning, converting that speed there into his height to perform his first maneuver, the hammerhead. Bob was born in Carmarthen, South Wales, started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1989, flying the VC-10 out of Royal Air Force Brize Norton, and then as a search and rescue pilot on the Seaquing. At the end of this, he's going to push a little bit of negative G. Continue that pass inverted. And remember, that's pretty uncomfortable, sat at negative 1 G and hanging in his straps. This is not a comfortable position as the blood is all rushing to his head. It's Bob's first year with this aircraft, operating at a base height of 500 feet, except a couple of passes at 300 feet. The next 2 maneuvers are the wing over and the ballistic roll. Bob uses this to gain energy for the next part of the sequence. And the ballistic rollers are flown towards you in an off-crowd wind and away from you in an on-crowd wind. You can see we've got a little bit of on-crowd at the moment. Displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio. When not displaying, Bob is a qualified flying instructor on 115 Squadron based at RAF Wittering. There he trains the future generation of Royal Air Force pilots, as well as converting frontline pilots into QFIs, or qualified flying instructors. He's amassed over 8,000 flying hours on 15 different aircraft types. Great to watch now, the completion of his slow roll. Can be a tricky maneuver, that, and it requires skillful handling, coordinating elevator, rudder and aileron, all while trying to keep the aircraft straight down the fly line. Top speed of 212 miles an hour, is about 185 knots, going to achieve maximum positive G of 6 times the force of gravity. Completing another wing over there. Using that to reconvene his flight 180 degrees back towards you. It's all slightly different, as that is to connect him with the flight path. Remember, this carbon composite aircraft, 180 horsepower Lycoming engine. Putting up now into a stall turn at almost 0 airspeed at the top there. It's operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International Group, primarily flying University Air Squadron cadets and RAF cadets. 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer up to 20,000 cadets a chance to fly every year. And you can join the cadets yourself if you're between 12 and 17 years old. So go on, pester mum and dad, go and have a go. Coming up into another stall turn here, very conventional. You can see the wind drifting there as he comes back to close to 0 speed. From the age of 13, you can also glide in the Viking or fly the Tutor and experience aerobatic maneuvers such as Bob is flying here today. 4-point roll now going through. Delicate use of the rudder whilst supporting the nose above the horizon here and flying at various degrees of bank. If you looked underneath there, you would have seen the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund heart on the belly of the aircraft. That's been there since 2022 to celebrate this fantastic charity, supporting the Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets and veterans wherever they're needed. Coming out of the turn, for those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. They're taught to fly the Tutor by very experienced military instructors. Squadrons, of course, provide a huge opportunity for personal development as well as a wide variety of adventure training in UK and expeditions across the globe as well. Members not committed to a military career after graduation. So, a chance to get a bit of free flying from the sound of it. Going back up into another loop here, checking over his shoulders, looking back at the horizon, going through 5G, aiming to pitch the aircraft through that imaginary circle in the sky. Even when inverted, the central fugal forces still keep him pressed into his seat. Positioning now for a half Cuban. No, going for another roll instead. Again, these guys got a bag full of maneuvers and are just adjusting for the wind and conditions on the day. The Royal Air Force, as you're aware, is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions, and there's an exciting future with the continued development of our combat and maritime patrol aircraft in UK space. And there you can hear in the background the next formation already checking in with us, which is great news. Not expecting them for another few minutes yet. Here Bob coming back in for another ballistic roll. The high tempo of operations, of course, continues today with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world. Don't forget to visit the Royal Air Force website to find out more about the professions on offer, including aircrew, air operation controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace specialists, and many, many more. Getting a little look at him there. Do give him a wave down that left-hand side there towards Boscombe Pier. Bob Dews having a really good afternoon. And that's him giving his wave off. And that is the Tutor complete. And I've just heard that the next, which is a feast from the Royal Navy, a combination of formation flying with both current and vintage aircraft, and then individual displays from the vintage aircraft before we see the mighty Black Cats wonderfully back in a two-ship formation, joining us very shortly. So I've just heard that we're going to be bringing on them a little bit earlier, which is great news. They're just positioning out. It's a unique formation, once again. Really good to see this sort of work going on. And it makes flying displays, of course, that much more special. And if you're on board a ship many, many decades ago, as we've got vintage aircraft involved, you may well have heard something like this. Yeah, that's the call to flying stations for the Royal Navy. And of course, back in the day when we started this air festival, it was pretty normal to have a couple of Majesty's and His Majesty's ships now, of course, out there in the bay for us, but sadly not possible. So it's a mixture of frontline and vintage, as I said earlier on, and supported by an organisation called Navy Wings. That's the charity that for many years has supported the Royal Navy's aviation heritage. And now with a newly formed Navy Wings Heritage Flight, it's taken on the role of preserving and flying these historic naval aircraft for all to enjoy and admire. So what you're about to see is the Black Cats, and they'll be joined by the absolutely wonderful and venerable Swordfish alongside another really terrific workhorse, the Westland Wasp. So look out to the right-hand side and you'll see this amazing four-ship formation heading our way. Now, of course, all formations set at the speed of the slowest aircraft, and that, in this case, being the Swordfish. But just a terrific opportunity for you avid photographers out there to see something very, very different. That unique whine you can hear there coming from the mighty Nimbus engine of the Westland Wasp. But alongside the two modern Lynx helicopters as well. But leading from front, the wonderful Swordfish, ladies and gentlemen, from the Royal Navy at Yeovilton, Taranto formation. I think you'll agree that is certainly something special indeed. A rare treat and a great opportunity to see all these aircraft. They'll do a couple of passes in this formation before breaking up to give us individual demonstrations, and then concluded by the pairs display from the Black Cats. So the aim of the charity supporting us here today alongside the frontline Royal Navy, the Fleet Air Arm, aiming to inspire future generations to, of course, remember the service and sacrifice of those involved with naval flying and promote a deeper understanding of the important part played by the Royal Naval Air Service and the Fleet Air Arm in the history of our country. The charity itself is funded entirely by private donations, needing, of course, your support to keep these venerable aircraft in the air. Wonderful to see the Swordfish back on the road again after many years' absence, but of course they've got quite a collection down there, all in various states of refurbishment at Navy wings. Other Swordfish undergoing restoration, a Supermarine Seafire, the Wasp you see here today, a Harvard, a Stinson Reliance, a Tiger Moth, and wouldn't it be great to see the Seahawk and the Sea Fury back in action again. Like so many other historic flights, they of course use chipmunks as well. And that is essentially for tailwheel training. Coming up very shortly to the end of the 4-ship formation. We'll listen out for the break.
Toronto, fire. Break.
And what a great collection. Super stuff indeed. Down there, the Black Cat's just disappearing, while Tom Delafosse takes the stage in front of us. With the uniquely looking Wasp. Wasp owned and operated by the Navy Wings Heritage Flight of the Royal Navy's Fleet Air Arm from Yeovilton, as mentioned. Painted in the colours of HMS Aurora's Wasp flight, and Aurora itself was a Leander-class frigate. Tim's previous role when serving was flying Sea Kings. Retired from the Navy, went on to fly many types and had over 30 years with British Airways, flying most sorts of Boeings before coming back and flying with the Heritage Flight itself. Originally called the Sea Scout, this was developed alongside the Army Scout helicopter. It was one of the world's first frigate-based helicopters. You can see the unique differences here between the Army Scout and this aircraft, and that of course is this one has wheels on it for easy maneuverability around the deck of ships, and had a different weapons fit as well. Rasping sound there coming from the Rolls-Royce Nimbus 710 horsepower engine. Could carry 2 torpedoes or 2 anti-ship missiles plus a GPMG. That's a general purpose machine gun. Interesting enough, the first missile fired by the Royal Navy in anger was from a Wasp in the Argentinian conflict back in 1982, fired against a submarine, the ARA Santa Fe, during the Falklands conflict. The missile hit the submarine, preventing it submerging, and thus the sub was captured and enabled the ground troops to continue their operations. But the Wasp also served with many other navies around the world, New Zealand, South Africa, Netherlands, Malaysia, Indonesia and Brazil, and eventually retired from the Royal Navy, or the New Zealand Navy, in 1998. Tim coming in now to the hover, just do a few pirouettes in front of you. Neatly displaying a rearwards transition. Can be a bit tricky depending on the winds, but in his hands very safe indeed. And you can see a fair amount of downwash down on the sea itself. Can carry 4 passengers. Generally it's a crew of just 2, 1 pilot and 1 aircrewman who was also the missile aimer. Fitted with a hook for underslung loads and a winch for SAR work, that's search and rescue of course. But that bulbous sort of canopy you see in the main cabin itself was designed specifically to be wide enough to enable a stretcher to be fitted across the back seats. often referred to as the ship's Land Rover. It's capable, of course, of a lot of utility work, as you can see from a very strong and bulbous fuselage. So Tim just coming towards the end of his display here. Very eloquently flown, a tremendous workhorse, this particular machine. You can just imagine it being clamped onto the heaving, rolling deck of ships out to sea. Very, very demanding conditions requiring a very strong, reliable aircraft. Initially came into service in the match system, a medium range anti-submarine torpedo carrying helicopter, whereby a ship or a sonar carrying helicopter detected the submarine and then would direct the Wasp onto the target to drop the homing torpedo or a depth charge. Representing in its time a pretty significant step for the Royal Navy as a standoff weapon delivery system. Served primarily with 829 Naval Air Squadron, but also supplied crews to the frontline service with 706 as well between 1965 and 1967. Very effective submarine killer, often deployed with a pair of Wessex or Sea King helicopters, or indeed with an RAF Nimrod high above, adding extra protection, but was gradually replaced from the late 1970s with the introduction of the Westland Lynx. During its various times and deployments, deployed with many ships, but let's focus now on this wonderful machine you see in front of us. A stunning and venerable Swordfish. Evolving initially from the prototype Fairey TSR-2, the torpedo spotter reconnaissance, designed initially by Lebel and chaplain of the Fairey Aviation Company. It first flew in 1934, entering service with 825 Squadron in 1936. Over 2,300 of these aircraft were built, the first 600 or so by Fairey Aviation, and the remainder under the Blackburn Aircraft Company at their workshops up in Sherburn in Elmet in Yorkshire. Unsurprisingly, therefore, that Blackburn-built aircraft became officially known as Blackfish. Most remarkable thing about it very much being its entire longevity. By every other normal standard, it was declared, or it would have been obsolete at the outbreak of World War II, but confounded everyone by remaining in operational service throughout the whole of the war and gaining distinction of being the last British biplane to see active service. indeed outlasting its intended replacement, the Albacore, which disappeared from frontline service in 1943. In the hands today of Andrew Davis and Mark Jones, flying on behalf of Navy Wings. The aircraft sits at the heart of the Royal Navy's heritage and played a leading role in national events in many countries and many cities around London. Celebrated the 70th anniversary of the Battle of the Atlantic, and between 1939 and 1945 the Swordfish saw active service afloat and ashore in every theatre of war between the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, the Equator and the Arctic Circle. But it was in the the Atlantic, that this venerable, iconic biplane really proved itself as one of the greatest aircraft in the history of naval air warfare. Helping us celebrate, of course, D-Day at the same time, the 80th anniversary this year, with the markings clearly seen on the wings. It helped defeat the U-boat threats and dramatically stemmed convoy losses, turning the tide of the war. Big Pegasus engine on the front there, considered cutting-edge technology back in the mid-1930s, but really only propelled the aircraft at a stately 90 knots cruise when lightly laid in and about 82 knots with a torpedo underslung. Total crew of 3, not given a great deal of comfort, no heater, just fabric covering and open cockpits, little shelter from the cold and wind and rain. But as you can see, a surprisingly maneuverable aircraft. And perhaps that's what really led it to its survival, because enemy guns found it very difficult to set their sights on such a slow, maneuverable aircraft. Getting back on the speed now, into wind a little bit as well. Andrew bringing the speed way back, just showing just how slow this can fly. The wings would of course fold to minimize room taken up in the ship's hangar. The undercarriage was designed very much to adopt a firm arrival on the heaving flight deck of the ships at sea. Also had an arrestor hook landing to make that landing even shorter. Some aircraft were fitted with the Raytog. That was a series of rockets, would you believe, designed to boost the aircraft takeoff speed in a very, very short distance. Navigating was from the observer, seated in the center cockpit, using stopwatch, compass, and quite a lot of intuition to get from A to B. And the telegraphist air gunner sat facing aft in the rear cockpit and operated the high-frequency radio set and his rearward-facing .303 Lewis gun. Made famous for its attack on Taranto in November 1940. 21 Swordfish effectively stopped the Italian battle fleet taking aggressive part in World War II. Also featured in the chase of the battleship Bismarck, and that ended when the Swordfish put a torpedo right through the steering gear. And 6 Swordfish attempted to stop the Prince Eugen and the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, moving up the English Channel from Brest to Wilhelmshaven in what was known as the Channel Dash. So great chance to give the guys a wave now. Been working hard. Here we go with the wing waggle. Last pass from the Swordfish. And you can hear in the background now the Black Cat's getting wound up to come and replace the vintage aircraft from Navy Wings there to do their standard 2-ship display. Started off this year just as a singleton, but managed to make their way up, get the extra aircraft, and get the display beaten up to be with us here this weekend. Once again, keep your eyes out to sea. A little easier to spot. So, eyes left and low this year. Having won the Stearman Sword at Riyadh earlier this year, it's time for the Black Cats from 825 Naval Air Squadron. Started many years ago as the Lynx pair, but of course having been replaced by these terrific aircraft. And black catting, bit of naval slang for you there. Maybe getting one over on your Oppo, doing better than somebody else. That's where that comes from, but also, of course, one of the squadron badges featuring that as well. 825 Squadron itself, the parent squadron. Leading the team today is Lieutenant Michael Vivian, known as Viv, and alongside him, his wingman, Lieutenant Scott Sunderland, Scotty, to everybody else. So just completing their Canadian break, rolling away from us, positioning out for another wing over. Armed with a range of weapon systems from snipers, 50 cal machine guns, torpedoes, the Martlet missile and the Sea Venom missile, the Wildcat gives the Navy a full range of anti-surface, anti-drone and anti-submarine capabilities. Squadron itself responsible for training all Wildcat pilots and observers and the management of all the flights. Remember, they're all dispersed across various frigates and destroyers around the world. Nose down, really interesting position to be in when you're looking at literally a canopy full of sea. But there's nothing new to these guys. Of course, they cut their teeth rolling about in frigates and destroyers around the world. Scotty joined in 2010 as a direct entrant. He's deployed out to the Middle East on HMS Dragon and played an instrumental role in seizing more than £145 million worth of drugs, a record for a UK warship in that region. He went on to specialise in the maritime counter-terrorism and interdiction role for many years. Viv joined 3 years behind him in 2013. He's been operating the Wildcat for the last 8 years or so now. He's deployed in many tours to the Middle East, supporting security operations from land-based areas in Oman and also on board HMS Kent as well, providing force protection to the Queen Elizabeth carrier and also from HMS Defender. It was the first flight to deploy with the Martlet missile. Keeping in a stable hover, I should say right now, just repositioning. Once again, they make it look so easy. Of course, plenty of digital assistance on board most modern military aircraft these days, but this can be tricky. But the wind's not too strong to disturb the completeness of this particular flight. One rotor span apart, going into a climbing carousel. At the top of this, they'll go back into a stable hover and then into a crossing nose over. Good chance for another. There we go. Another great photo opportunity. Flying away from you now, they're reversing positions before running back in for a cyclic climb to another nose over. Of course, slightly different references here compared to fixed-wing aircraft. The cyclic not referred to as a stick because that's controlling the rotor head. And the collective down in their left hand putting on the power that they need. So here we go. Stand by for another nose down. Dramatic stuff. Almost at the end of this particular display now. Fantastic sequence from the Royal Navy, both vintage and modern. Maneuvering gently out of sea to come back in and give you another break before one final crossover and departure. Both Scotty and Viv now pilot instructors on the operational conversion unit, and that is teaching the Wildcat aircrew the art of using and operating maritime strike operations. Stand by for the break. There, neatly crossing, coming back in for one final break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give them a massive wave off from this fabulous Bournemouth Air Festival. The Royal Navy's Black Cats. Well, terrific stuff indeed from the Navy there. Just one more act to go, and we've got them on air already. There'll just be a couple of minutes, and it's one of the most welcome and favourite displays, of course, around the seasides of the United Kingdom every summer. The fabulous Wingwalkers. So stand by for something completely different. Really entertaining stuff. We go back to yesteryear, the days of barnstorming, the days of walking on wings, towards the end of the First World War, when there were a lot of spare aircraft, a lot of spare pilots. And keep your eyes up high now over on the left-hand side and give a massive welcome in rip-roaring style to the Aerosuperbatics team with the Wingwalkers. They're starting off with a massive dive down there, bringing up the speed to around about 150 miles an hour. Those girls, they're just braving the elements on the top. Yes, they are real people, and they're going to be doing it upside down and inside out. Putting up there, the girls totally taking it in their stride as they go through a complete loop. The girls upside down, doing their best. They are, of course, performing their own acrobatics, while the boys enjoy some aerobatics. It's a great sport, all perfectly safe now. Wasn't much the case about 100 years ago, though, when an extraordinary guy by the name of Ormer Locklear, back in around 1918, having already tried to repair something on his aircraft during the course of a normal flight by walking onto the wing, decided there was a bit of a business in this, and got together with an extraordinary lady's name called Ethel Dare to come up with the art of wing walking. And here it is today, performed in a very different style, with Dave Barrell leading, Brian Corns in the other aircraft, and two fabulous girls riding on the top there on those wings. We've got Kristen and Emma. Well known to us all around the circuits. Of course, hugely competitive job, and not just to get in the cockpits of one of these aircraft, but also to get a position up top as well. Many of the girls coming from the circus industry. Kristen herself was a trapeze artist. If not, things like ballet and other acrobatic activities. Just what you need for this. But splendid looking aircraft, the backbone of training across the pond in the United States for many, many years. Literally thousands of pilots were trained on these incredibly sturdy and strong aircraft. Developed itself in the late 30s as well, but a venerable aircraft. But these are not standard. These got uprated engines and also slight modifications to the wings as well. Smoke coming on, all perfectly environmentally sound. Of course, Ondina is generally the name of this stuff. And here's the first break in the afternoon. Terrific stuff, rip-roaring around the sky at low level. Whilst they're pulling G in the cockpit, the girls repositioning themselves on the top of the wings. Well, whilst Ethel Dare went on to perfect this art, Ormer himself came a bit of a cropper doing this sort of stuff, so not surprisingly, it took a while for the regulations to catch up across in the States, but they did in the mid-30s and made it a safe operation, and it developed into the great barnstorming days as well. Aerosuperbatics, based up in Gloucestershire, super little airfield called RFC, yes, Royal Flying Corps Rentham, an original First World War airfield. 5 of these aircraft owned and developed by the owner, Vic Norman. And you can also do this yourself. Just go to the Aerosuperbatics website and you can sign up to go wing walking yourselves. Maybe give your partner a treat. And it doesn't matter what age. I believe there was somebody in their late 80s had to go at this just a few months ago. So with the extra weight on board, they've got uprated engines. They've got the fabulous R985 Pratt & Whitney radial here, which gives terrific rasping sound as well, with those big Hamilton standard props just going almost supersonic. Coming back in for another crossover. Let's take a look.
Brake, go!
And that's the sound of Dave Barrell there. And you hear that power coming on. It's terrific. So with that extra power, they've also got up-rated airframes as well, with an additional pair of ailerons, just giving them that extra flexibility to maneuver around the sky. The girls, although moving around and doing their waves and various maneuvers up the top, they are pretty much secured though, but after about 2/3 of the way through this display, they will unstrap and then do their own antics. But they are secured by a waist harness and a safety wire, and the pilots slow down to around 80 miles an hour for that. So there they are, upside down.
Go!
And there you see Dave been doing this for many, many years. Started out as a basically as a motor mechanic, but got the bug for flying, as many of us did. And this just absolutely wonderful stuff to see and to fly. Smoke coming in. Let's stand by for another break.
Brake, go!
Yeah, they really are the magnificent men in their flying machines you're seeing here today. But boy, those girls are brave too, eh? Takes a lot of energy, a lot of strength to be able to perform any maneuver on the top of a wing. So a couple more individual maneuvers to go before they'll get back in formation again. And an opportunity for the girls to show off their skills as well as the pilots. Coming in for another crossover.
Go!
There, that smoke very good for positioning and also setting up for safety parameters coming in and out, but of course manageable. You don't have smoke to go on all the time. Very similar to most teams, they've got to manage it when absolutely required. There is Brian now just catching back up with Dave there, positioning down the left-hand side. And at this stage, as they get down a little bit lower, that's when they'll just knock the speed off a little bit and give an opportunity for those girls to get in position for one of their classic positions. I suspect in this case the first one being the Wind Rider. But I reckon on this particular turn they're going to stay high, in which case they'll be going into a bit of a roller coaster. Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled this time. They'll be using that bit of height they got there to increase the energy that on top of the speed that they're getting from the engine. They'll be pushing down a little bit of a bunt, a little bit of an uncomfortable position momentarily, a bit like going over a humpback bridge as they push down, picking up the speed. And as they pull a bit of G now going up, it'll either be a loop or a roll. Let's see what we're going to do.
And roll. Good.
And what a magnificent sight that is. Absolutely terrific stuff. So bringing it all back, the wing walking and barnstorming heady days of the 20s and 30s. Many characters, and although the wing walking teams operated in the States earlier, it took a while for them to be re-established back here in the UK. The likes of Barry Tempest, but notably a very frustrated barnstormer, Vic Norman there, recreating this team back in the early 80s. Giving you the sight of the daredevils with handstanding and flying upside down on the wing, as you see here today. So here now, as they come back through this right-hand turn, this will be the opportunity. The girls will just be uncoupling from the main harness, still secured by the safety strap, but nonetheless just as easy to slip of a foot. You never know. Keep an eye peeled. And these girls will be giving you a wave as well down there on the beach, so make sure you give them a wave back just to, it's great for the guys just to get a bit of acknowledgement that you're enjoying yourselves down there. Yeah, here we go with the Wind Rider. While they're going through this left-hand turn, if you've got your binos there or your long lenses on your cameras, you'll be able to see the girls re-maneuvering now, just resetting themselves into a very impressive position, the cockpit lady. Once again, you can see them in a different position here. They're looking right out to sea. And just not flinching one iota in those speeds. The guys just pulled the speed back a little bit there to enable that to be a little bit more comfortable for them. But they're just hanging on to their harness there, just holding on by the skin of their fingers. Coming back round now for their last pass in this right-hand turn. Great chance for you to give them a massive Bournemouth Air Festival wave off. This time the girls will be stepping down. Of course, the pilots fly from the rear cockpit, leaving the front ones free for the girls to pop in and out. It'd be impossible for them to fly back to base all the time on the top of the wing, particularly in bad weather. Fine today, of course, absolutely magnificent day for air display flying. Girls now repositioning to get themselves tucked back into their own cockpits. So come on everybody down there on the beach from right to left. The fantastic Wingwalkers from the Aerosuperbatics stable at Renkham. The marvellous Wingwalkers, Dave Barrow, Brian Corns, Kristen and Emma. And there you see it, that leg just perched literally right in front of the pilot's nose as they hang on with the other hand, defying all that there is. A terrific sight on a wonderful afternoon. Well, isn't that just the thing for a fantastic afternoon on the beach? Well, we're going to take a break for the next 30 minutes or so, give you the chance to go and replenish everything you need, sort out the children, drinks, sandwiches. Don't forget to pick up a program. If you haven't got a wristband for the little ones yet, make sure you have one of those as well. And please keep hold of all your belongings at all times. That would be most helpful. And, of course, the rubbish as well. We're going to try and keep this environmentally clean as possible, leaving only footprints down on the sand. It's all your help we need as well. Don't run away. Make sure you're back. We're going to have a rip-roaring start to the second half of this afternoon with the Flightline. Amazing impression that Turbo is going to bring you in the mighty Typhoon at around about 4:25. See you later. Back now to Hot Radio. Well, thank you very much, guys, for plugging the gap there. Gave me a chance to have a quick cup of tea myself. I don't know about all you people down on the beach, but I know you're having a good time. We're getting lots of messages too. Don't forget to keep the socials going on the Bournemouth Air Festival Insta and Facebook. It'll be great to see your pictures from around the bazaars as well. And coming up next, you know what's coming up next. Yeah, it is the shop. This is right at the front end of today's modern Royal Air Force. And these guys know what they're doing. It's always a massively popular display as well. But this hour-long section, not all about fast jets, although we've got certainly a few there. After that, we've got Richard Goodwin as well in the jet pits. We've got a slightly changed Merlin formation. This time, sadly, the P-51 is not serviceable at the moment, so we're going to have a pair of Spitfires, and very neat ones they are in T2. And then a terrific guest appearance from our friends from the Swedish historic aircraft squadron as well. Absolutely terrific stuff coming your way, but prepare for food time. Get your heads ready, and if you've got animals around as well, prepare them for a fair bit of noise coming your way. Well, just a couple of minutes now before we restart this fabulous day one here at the 16th Bournemouth Air Festival. You'll see from this next display the Typhoon's immense performance, manoeuvrability, and amazing coupling with weapons capability as well. The clear choice for the Royal Air Force's combat air platform following the retirement of the Tornado F3 and the GR4 under Project Centurion. A fully swing-roll combat platform able of conducting both air-to-air and air-to-surface missions, and is designated Typhoon FGR-4. It is an extraordinary machine. The stats are simply outstanding. Breaks off to liftoff, 8 seconds. Breaks off to 35,000 feet at a speed of Mach 1.5 in just 2.5 minutes. Just feel the force of those two Eurojet EG reheated turbofans, giving you a maximum 40,000 pounds thrust. It is exceptional. Take a look at the beneath the wings as well to see the amazing array of weaponry that can be carried on all those hard points. The ASRAM, the AMRAM, Storm Shadow, Brimstone. Pave way for laser-guided 500-pound bombs and GPS bombs. Of course, not forgetting the 27mm cannon as well. All controlled by a whole variety of onboard digital equipment as well. DAS, Defensive Aid System. And, it's got a pilot as well called David Turnbull, just 32. And nicknamed Turbo, of course, absolutely appropriate. This machine will go through its paces. You can't get to say a great deal during it. It's just best to sit back and suck in the awesome power of this remarkable machine. We're expecting it from the right-hand side. It's coming in. We're in sight now. Doing around about just 600 miles an hour. It's Turbo in the Royal Air Force Typhoon. Just kicking in that reheat again there. Just had to slow down a little bit. We got a speed limit of 600 miles an hour around the coastline of UK, but really pulling his first 9G turn now there. Be pinned into his seat, but actually very comfortable. It's a nice little office up the front end. You can't hear the noise at all. But just look at the agility of it. Here with this generation of fighters, we are using far less airspace. Compare this later on when we see the vintage jets coming in. Real freewheel handling there, and that's what they all love about this machine. You can literally toss it around the sky, but everything about it, the control surfaces and the computers, just keeping it totally under control. Sadly flying a standard Squadron aircraft today, as you'll see. Moggy not available, a Moggy known as the tribute aircraft with the colours and the tribute to the 80th anniversary of D-Day. That awesome power allows for supersonic performance as well, but without the need for reheat. They call it super cruise, providing increased fuel efficiency as well in what is essentially a carbon composite, very structurally strong aircraft that can stand up to 9G, -3 as well, and situational awareness for Johnny on board there is absolutely I should say turbo, of course, on board. We've got one of the past display pilots with us here today. You may recognize that name. And anyway, he's got help, of course, from a whole host of stuff, the multifunction head-down display, the head-up display. And a little lady on board, often affectionately referred to as Barking Betty as well, just keeping control of him. Keep an eye on those little canards at the front end as well. They'll be twitching away during the course of some of the flight envelope you see here today. Turbo joined the Royal Air Force back in 2010, straight after his A-levels, graduating and streaming straight onto fast jet after elementary training. Spent a bit of time with the BBMF flying the Dakota in between times, but went straight on to the Hawk T2 at Valley. First soloing the Typhoon at the start of 2018 on the operational conversion unit up at Coningsby. You get a chance, make sure you go to the village later on during the course of the day or over the weekend and talk to the guys that service this. Of course, the one pilot machine comes with a whole backup of engineering and technical staff to keep it in the air. Lovely slow roll now from Turbo here. Once again, can be a tricky maneuver this, keeping the nose high whilst keeping also the jet straight down the display line. Surprisingly flexible across the speed spectrum for this machine as well. You'll see it, as I say, limited sadly to 600 miles an hour. Capable of Mach 2, of course, but also capable of very, very slow speed as well. Effortlessly rolling it through the sky. All the maneuvers you would expect of a frontline high-performance fast jet pilot, but bringing the stick way back now, bringing the speed back. We're talking about 120 knots, that is all. It's what we call a high alpha position, where it's just before an aircraft would stall, but pretty much impossible to do that with the electronic help on board. And just before the airflow breaks away from the upper side of the wing surfaces. You feel the reheat coming on in just a moment. Here we go. Turbo's completed already many deployments on this machine with Opshader over Iraq and Syria, with exercises in the Middle East and Oman and Malaysia, and 2 deployments down to Royal Air Force Mount Pleasant in the Falkland Islands. Rejoining 29 Squadron as a QFI, a qualified flying instructor. Pushing really hard around that corner there. That's a nose-bleeding turn that he's just done with 3G pumping blood up into his head. Very, very uncomfortable indeed. Spends most of the week converting new pilots and preparing them to operate the aircraft in the full swing roll capability. And also, of course, don't forget that all the Typhoon pilots up at Coningsby are on operations as well, making sure their primary task of defending the UK on quick reaction alert. Making it look really effortless. That's partly because he's got mitigation equipment, of course, anti-G, a chest piece, he's got the G-pants and a fair bit of other equipment, all helping him glued in that seat there so that he continues to breathe normally and doesn't overburst the blood vessels. Coming out of that 9G max rate turn now, just once again, just look at the small envelope this aircraft uses. Absolutely fantastic to get such a set of maneuvers in a very, very small piece of airspace. Great tribute to the aircraft designers. Coming straight in at you now, likely to pull up with a lot of power, heading a long way into the sky. This is Turbo in the Typhoon. And that's the way to leave an air show. Absolutely terrific stuff. But don't worry too much if you missed some of that, if you were distracted or you just had your hands around your ears. You're going to see him again at about 7:45 this evening to kick off the start of our first night air for this 16th Bournemouth Air Festival. Well, just a couple of minutes to run now before something, well, almost as wicked and wild, but actually a very different genre indeed, because it's a very small aircraft, but it's in the hands of an well, I'm going to say an ex-Royal Air Force pilot. He was a Tornado pilot for many years. Richard Goodwin coming your way in the next couple of minutes. Well, I hope you're all having a great time down there. Just cooling off a little bit, but the sun's still potentially Perhaps dangerous for the little ones as well. Make sure they still got that sun cream on, and do keep a hold of all your belongings out there as well. And when you are thinking of going, well, there's no need to rush away at all. Just make yourself at home, but do make sure you collect all that rubbish up as well. Use the water refills where you can, please, and we're doing our very best to keep the place in good environmental order. And don't forget, in the next break that's coming up, there's a series of other activities in Zone 4, down towards, of course, with the Royal Marines, the unarmed combat at 1820, and also the beat retreat at 1845. Very popular events that have grown with this show over many, many years to come. A whole host of activities, of course, most in the villages as well. Make the most of talking to those people. Well, keep your eyes open. He generally comes in from the right-hand side in a standard knife edge position. So look out now to your right-hand side. You'll see a little aircraft, but it packs a real punch, this one, because it's not got a meaty, great piston engine in the front, but it's also got two little jet engines. Smoke coming on now. He's just adjusting his fly line and then making use of the fuselage for a bit of extra lift as well. Put it into this knife edge position. Traditional maneuver for Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. And there you hit those jets kicking in. Now that's great news, because he had a bit of a problem a couple of weeks ago, but he sent them off at considerable expense to get them serviced. And here we are with this amazing machine. Built from scratch over a period of 4 years. With those jets on board, you can literally hover in the sky, but you'll get everything here: roulards, pinwheels, hammerheads, Lomchevacs, the whole bag of unlimited aerobatics, all within a very small space, because this is a really, really maneuverable aircraft. It's essentially based on the Pitts S2S fuselage, but got a lot of tried and tested modifications. One difference being the wing design. It's absolutely unique, and it's also got massive ailerons on this, giving more wing area, giving it a phenomenal roll rate, but also better low-speed handling as well. Still uses quite a bit of energy management as well, using every bit of altitude to add to the speed, giving him a greater opportunity on the upward trajectory to put in a whopping series of maneuvers you're going to see right now. There'll be rolls, yes, flicking either left and right, then tumbling it, and all as a result of that extra power. Going upside down now, using a bit of rudder here to do a turn, hanging in his straps. And in fact, he's not just hanging in, he's ratcheted in. Such is the violent maneuver during the course of this display that any other normal straps would actually work their way loose. So just withstanding a fair amount of negative G there as he comes around. What is extraordinary again about this display is the sheer pace at which he switches from positive and negative G. When you compare this back to what Curtis Pitts came up with back in the mid-40s, mind you, he was designing then for specifically to compete in major aerobatic competitions. Taken forward by an extraordinary lady called Betty Skelton as well, with her little Stinker aircraft. That's hanging upside down in the Smithsonian across the other side of the pond there in Dallas Airport, in the extra hangar in Washington, D.C. And, well, it just went on from years, and this is now essentially taking us back and reminding us of all the tremendous Pitts special teams that we had in the UK in the late 60s and 70s. Just doing tremendous things. Now, this looks like a normal one, but it isn't. It's not something you can buy off the shelf, absolutely impossible after this extensive modification program. Right at the heart there, I said it's got a lot of power. Without the jets, it's got an 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine, 6 cylinders, equipped also with a massive smoke system as well. The normal gear's been removed, the engine mount modified, it's got titanium sprung gear legs and a new carbon cowling as well, reducing the weight and the profile drag. Got a modified rudder, and it looks good too, and it's also got additional yaw controllers as well, and those new wings giving it an amazing roll rate. So that's what's been giving this machine so much extra maneuverability, with a unique style of aerobatics where high energy gyroscopic forces have been combined with normal aerobatic maneuvers you'll see in the unlimited category that Richard is capable of flying. You just go to the top. Yeah, hates going in a straight line, this guy. Just loves to throw in a few extra flick rolls, tumbles, and using every bit of the power that he's got at hand there. Now, if that one big engine isn't big enough, each of the jet turbines, and if you look carefully, you can see them on the side of the fuselage, just behind the main engine, almost up to the cockpit. They add another 350 pounds of thrust each to the power of the aircraft, and that's what gives him the ability to hover just like a Harrier. Slowing the aircraft down, he needs to just catch his breath, also check the engine T's and P's, very important, checking the aircraft, nothing else is untoward before going into the next set of high energy maneuvers. Real snap positive G there coming on, that's a hard thing. Kicking the turbine engines in now. Keep your eyes on him as he literally goes up into the hover. And they're literally hanging on the propeller and power of those additional jet engines there, static in the sky. What a sight. Slightly drifting back on the breeze there, letting the stick go forward, dropping the nose, and now using the energy of the downwards trajectory rather than the jets to go into the next series. Two completely different fuel systems, of course, on board to do this as well, enabling him to literally hang in the sky, going a little bit gyroscopic now, letting the prop essentially take over. And that's what's swinging the airframe round in a counter rotation. But holding on there, it's just so completely unnatural. He loves every minute of it, though. His dad was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force, so he grew up with aviation in his DNA. Used to fly a little Christian Eagle then before moving on to his famous G-Whiz aircraft, the one with the Union Jack on it, before building this up at his base in Gloucester and getting the jet engine certified. Took him a long time, many, many years to get it to this level. All under control. It takes you years to get to this level of unlimited standard, however. Masses of practice and, of course, G tolerance as well. Even a guy that does it as regularly as Richard still has to train for it fairly regularly. It's a hard thing to keep up to speed with, and you can lose it very, very quickly as well. It is the rapidity, as I say, with which he switches from plus to minus, which is one of the really tough parts of this display. Snapping on that positive G again as he literally uses all that power at his disposal just to go straight up in line. You can hear the jets kicking in. And he started that at pretty slow speed as well. And there again, letting the aircraft weight of that engine, that big 8.5 litre engine, take the weight, heading him back down. Exhausting work, actually. You can imagine putting yourself in a spin dryer or washing machine and selecting the fastest possible speed, tumbling and rolling constantly through the course of around 8 minutes. As well as his knife edge pass, he's also well known for chasing high performance aircraft and runways, and ribbon cutting either at limbo low level, or has also done one spectacular operation cutting the ribbon between 2 air balloons. Just letting it freewheel down in a controlled spin. He's perfectly acceptable. Does this all the time. And now inverted once again, hanging in the straps. As comfortable there as he is doing anything else. However, pushing against it, that when your head is away from the aircraft, very, very uncomfortable. Now back into his knife edge. And he will get a little bit of lift from that as well. It's possible to use the fuselage in space or instead of a wing itself, but this time electing to go hovering once again. A just phenomenal aircraft. And you can just see the size. You check it against any other pit special. These are just huge wings he's put on this aircraft. Once again, snapping in the G, using as much of that energy to gain altitude, rolling it on the way up. Just almost accelerating up into the sky. So unusual. And he's just called a halt to that at the top of there. He may well have lost one of the jets, but what an absolutely extraordinary guy. He's a top guy, always musing, but totally dedicated to the art of pushing the boundaries in modern aerobatic aviation. So something completely different, but I know you're going to love it. A couple of Spitfires coming away, just a couple of minutes. Well, time now for something completely different. And we were hoping to bring you the normal Rolls-Royce pair, but we've got a substitute Mark 9 alongside the Mark 19 here. Please welcome Merlin Formation. Yes, and no air show is complete without at least one Spitfire. Getting two here, an absolute gem of a moment. Brought to us by the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flights. Their mission to inspire, educate and promote aviation heritage through the operation and demonstration of rare and historically accurate aircraft engine and artifacts. If you go down on the beach, you'll see their STEM trailer down there as well. They're giving us great support this year to the Bournemouth Air Festival, clearly showcasing their historic design and engineering excellence and describing the modern pathway to getting involved with engineering and telling the story and commemorating those who fought for the country. Flown today by Alistair Stegg Williams, and alongside him Squadron Leader Mark Discombe. Of course, most people remember Disco from his BBMF flying and activities. Alistair, now the head of the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight. And I think we'll just take a moment and just suck in this wonderful sight and sound. The great creation of R.J. Mitchell and his team at Supermarine. The speed, elan, style and panache, that elliptical wing, and the Spitfire. Subtle differences, of course, between the 9 and the 19. The 19 carrying a Griffin engine. You hear that distinctive growl. Now, I haven't seen them display this particular pair together. Stegg literally borrowing TA 805 from Peter Monk at Biggin Hill, where he's been doing some extra flying for the heritage hangar there. The Mark 19 is the one that actually belongs to Rolls-Royce themselves. But what a pleasure it is. Produced in greater numbers than any other British combat aircraft before or since the war. Well over 20,000 Spitfires were made in 22 different variants. The prototype took to the air in March 1936, and the Mark 1s entered service with 19 Squadron in August 1938. Spitfires fought in every operational theatre of the war and remained in frontline service right up until 1954. And here you see quite a difference in performance and styles as well. Alistair calling the break. And an opportunity to see each of these magnificent aircraft At the end of its development, the Spitfire carried an engine producing more than twice the power of the original, which you see in the Mark 19. We'll see again shortly. Maximum takeoff weight and rate of climb had more than doubled, and its firepower had increased by a factor of 5, all essentially in much the same design airframe. The Mark 19, an unarmed high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, one of a batch of 79 Mark 19s built at Supermarine in Southampton. Powered by 2,000 horsepower Griffon 65 or 66, representing the pinnacle of Spitfire's development in terms of speed, altitude capability, and a top speed of over 440 miles an hour at 42,000 feet. The Mark 19 was engaged in operational service with 16 Squadron right up until the end of the war and participated in Operation Crossbow. That was detecting the V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. One of several Mark 19 Spitfires selected conversion to meteorological research work. Those three aircraft left in that flight in the mid-50s went on to form the rump of what was then the Royal Air Force Historic Flight, the predecessor of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Rolls-Royce keeping a Spitfire, of course, widely recognised an ambassador for Rolls-Royce, appearing at air displays and charity events, representing the heritage of the Spitfire, but most importantly, of course, of the Rolls-Royce engines that powered them, highlighting the constant technical development of both the aircraft and the engines, at the same time honouring the pilots of all nations who flew them and the men and women who built and maintained them. It's also a poignant opportunity to remember that one of the partners in that great company, certainly on the automobile side, Charles Rolls, lost his life just along the beach here in Southbourne when he was flying one of the very earliest air displays of the United Kingdom and sadly lost his life. Well, the Rolls-Royce aircraft stabled at their dedicated hangar at East Midlands near Derby, and of course bringing them out during the course of the summer, alongside their P-51, sadly not with us today, and also a Harvard they use for training as well. So you may have heard disco there, just calling 1 minute to the end of this particular sequence before Stake brings his baby into display. Of course, the Spitfire really stole most of the accolades for its work during the early years of the war in the Battle of Britain, but we don't have a Hurricane with us today, but of course the workhorse that was the Hurricane was the one that bagged most of the kills, around about 2 to 1. And very gentle maneuvers, of course. When you're flying a Warbird, you just want to keep it going for generations to come. It's precious. We've got an extraordinary number flying here now in the UK, and you see them regularly flying out of Viggen, Headcorn, up at Duxford, and now relocating to other locations at Sywell, North Weald, and latterly and recently at Compton Abbas, not too far from us. Many of them converted to two-seat configuration, an opportunity for anybody to take a flight in these. Steg coming in graciously, performing a wonderful high rolling maneuver. Peter Monk's name synonymous with the restoration of many Spitfires. Known as the Spirit of Kent, this Mark 9 from 1944 was effectively put together at Castle Bromwich in the West Midlands in December 1944. Joined the Gold Coast Squadron 183 at Chilbolton. That's just between Andover and Winchester, again not too far from here, in June 1945. Pilots and all their kit were flown in there by Dakota, where they then all converted to the Mark 9, 4 new aircraft having been ferried in by the ATA. Been through many restorations, initially through the airframe assemblies business at Sandown on the Isle of Wight early in the early 1990s. So many of these aircraft were almost doomed, sent for scrapping at one stage, whilst or when eventually running out of life with the South African Air Force. It went there in 1949, and by 54 was almost put on the scrap heap, but luckily recovered, restored, bought by another well-known restorer, Steve Atkins, back in the late 80s. The majority of the work having been completed by Peter Monk and his team, re-registered as GPMNF and operating out of the Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar from 2011 onwards. Well worth a visit there as well, and tremendous support being given by the Heritage Hangar where I know Steg is also doing some flying as well. Steg, an ex-Army Air Corps pilot, went straight from school, trained as an anti-tank helicopter pilot, serving 2 operational tours, one as an instructor, but also 2 seasons with the Blue Eagles helicopter display team. It's a team I managed myself, and what great fun that was as well. But he's been working with the Rolls-Royce flight operations team since 2016. Joined full-time, was flying the company Gulfstream, and now deep joy, he's been given the job of managing the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight. An absolute classic of his time. Very sad in many ways that R.J. Mitchell did not see the outrageous success that this design and operations achieved. He, of course, sadly died before the outbreak of the Second World War. But easily one of the most recognizable, one of the most iconic and successful fighter designs of all time. What a glorious that sight is. Steg just positions the Spitfire in a high, wonderful wing over, coming out of the sun for his final pass this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, Mark 9 Spitfire and the Mark 19 previously, Steg Williams and Mark Discombe. Well, you heard quite a bit of chatter going on behind me, perhaps during the course of that, and I apologise for any interference. But we were just managing a little problem at the airport, and we've solved that now. And we weren't sure exactly whether we would be on schedule, but we've now been given clearance to get the last act of this afternoon section. Of course, it's not all over yet, and it won't be for a couple of hours yet. But the Draken formation with the Viggen. Now, I understand, just taxiing out, so there'll be a few minutes delay before we see them here. But nonetheless, that was good news. It wasn't a major occurrence there. It was just something that had to be sorted out and was done pretty rapidly to our pleasure. So fantastic news. Well, after this formation completes this afternoon, just remember, keep hold of all your belongings. There's a reasonable gap. We recommend flying at about 7:40 this evening for the night air display. Just make sure you have, of course, all the family under command and located, or you've arranged to meet them in various locations, and as the evening progresses, make the most of visiting the shows. Maybe go down and see the unarmed combat display, or listen to the beating retreat. Make the most of talking for the youngsters particularly. Take a look at the STEM village, or just enjoy the pleasures of Bournemouth on this beautiful sunny evening. Slight hold up at Bournemouth Airport, but that is all rectified now, and we'll be getting the final jets of the afternoon. Unique formation, this, and not many of us have seen these aircraft fly together. Certainly not for many, many years. Oh, yes, cool stuff indeed. Well, what you're about to see next comes from the Swedish Air Force historic flight, and two extraordinary aircraft, Gen 2 and Gen 3 jets. One looks like something out of a Dan Dare series, the other one getting close to the modern shape and sound of today's frontline fighters. Set up by a bunch of enthusiasts back in 1997. And the business managed by a board authorised by the Swedish Transport Agency, and all the work carried out on a voluntary basis by certified pilots and technicians, most of them with a Swedish Air Force background. Now civilian registered, painted and equipped as the time they flew in the Swedish Air Force. Their main purpose, like so many other heritage organisations, to preserve and fly aircraft types that were operational throughout the Swedish Air Force history. They've got quite a fleet across there. We don't get to see them too often, and certainly these two aircraft not together. They operate Tunen and Lansen, two Drakens, a Viggen, as well as a whole host of other types, the SK-60, the Saab 105 and the SK-50, as well as other well-known types. But today we're going to see the Draken and the Viggen together in the hands of, again, aircraft pilots that we've got to know over many years, Stellan Andersson and Lars Martinsson. One of the things you'll notice about these aircraft is the rather larger amount of airspace they use. One of them, of course, not anywhere remotely close to the designs that we have today, and taking something like 9,000 feet just to do a loop in something like a Draken. But I hear the airwaves breaking out now, which is terrific news. We'll no doubt very shortly get clearance to display. So they've been cleared, I should say, for a full display profile, which is excellent. We haven't actually seen this one yet, and I think it's hopefully will knock your socks off. They have an imposing presence here, and it's a real pleasure to see them. Draken, of course, you may know the translation of that, either kite or dragon, manufactured by Saab between 1955 and 1974, built to replace the Saab J29 Tunen, and also later on replaced the Lansen in the fighter role as well. The Viggen, next generation up, looking more like the synopsis and styles of frontline aircraft over the last couple of decades. Swedish single-seat, single-engine, short, medium-range fighter and attack aircraft manufactured between 1970 and 1990. Coming across here every so often to promote their own military historical aviation heritage. Unique in the world and definitely worth preserving. And for decades, the Swedish aviation industry has provided the Air Force with ultra-modern and potent fighter aircraft, one of the few countries in the world that had and still has that ability. Remaining at the forefront of high tech and competence, quality being their word instead of quantity, practicality and efficiency, watchwords with the Swedish Air Force over many, many years. Running in now.
Not withdraw yet. Right.
Keep your eyes peeled to the right-hand side. You'll see two of these amazing jets in formation. massive welcome here from the Bournemouth Air Festival to the Swedish Air Force historic flight, Draken and Viggen. Well, I said they'd use a fair bit of airspace, and that's primarily down to the Draken, one of those aircraft that you've got to keep flying straight and at a reasonable speed as well. Nowhere near as maneuverable. See that double delta shape there, the lead aircraft? Early days when Sweden was looking for the need for a jet fighter that could intercept bombers at high altitude and also successfully engage fighters as well. Well-known other interceptors were around at the time, like the US Air Force's F-104 Starfighter. All very much the same period as the Draken. Just trying to pick up the chit-chat going on between the aircraft and the base. The unique double delta on the Draken there, with the inner wing an angle of 80 degrees for high-speed performance, with the outer wing it's swept at 60 degrees for better performance at low speeds. Propelled by Svenska Flygmotor RM6BC turbojet, based on the Rolls-Royce Avon engine. Revolutionary in its time. One of the main issues with it, however, was with the stall and spin characteristics, and especially what is referred to as a super stall. And to secure safe recovery, some of the aircrafts were modified with special anti-spin parachutes installed above the engine exhaust. A high number, over 170 Draken super stalls were reported between 1950 and 1987. Many of those resulting in crashes and destruction of the aircraft. So splitting now, giving you an opportunity to take a closer look at each of these quite extraordinary aircraft. The Viggen, the next generation on, of course, designed to perform more roles to cover the aspects of all fighter, or weather fighter, interceptor and ground attack and photo recce, as well as a training variant is included. So as long as you kept the speed up in a Draken, it was pretty much a reasonable aircraft to handle. You can see quick acceleration from the engine and response to throttle movement pretty good. Visibility okay, but nothing like the bubble canopies of today's fighters. Had a 25-degree seat tilt, which helped to increase the pilot's G tolerance, but clearly not suited particularly well for dogfighting. Primary role, an all-weather interceptor capable of attacking enemy bombers flying at high altitude and high speeds. Able to pull a 7G turn, but had to be performed at high speed, of course, to keep it away from that superstall characteristic well noted for it, which results in a very large turn radius and a low rate of turn. Able to fly at a Mach 1.6 of around 40,000 feet, although in test flights speeds of Mach 2 had been achieved. One of the unique characteristics, though, of both these aircraft coming in from the right, the Viggen, one of the very earliest designs of the canard configuration. We're talking about practicality here in the hands of the Swedish Air Force, and they were looking to operate their jet aircraft from reinforced public roads as part of wartime air bases, and for refueling and rearming to be carried out in no more than 10 minutes, generally by conscripts with minimal training. So in the development after the Draken coming into the Viggen age, over 329 of these were made in the attack, fighter and reconnaissance roles. A very good robust aircraft, and also familiar in the whole range of Swiss aircraft. Great short runway performance. Powered by a single Volvo RM8 turbofan. It's essentially a licensed built variant of the Pratt & Whitney JT8D engine. The difference being the addition of an afterburner. And a thrust reverser, of course, once again to just reinforce that short takeoff and landing maneuver, so typical of Swedish aircraft. Sizable jet indeed when you're thinking of an operational requirement to operate from the 500 metre airstrips with minimal support. And I think that is a wrap, as we call it in the business, for this afternoon. Brilliant afternoon. We apologise for the slight hiccup in the delay in rescheduling there, all to do with a hiccup at Bournemouth Airport. But all set for this evening. So we hope you've had a great time this afternoon. Make the most of this break now we've got for a couple of hours. And don't rush away this evening. If you've not seen a night show before, it's absolutely superb. Definitely coming your, definitely worth staying for. And that starts around about 20 to 8 this evening, right up until the sun goes down. And it's at fair. Beautiful evening for it. Stay with us, and we look forward to seeing you later. And I'll leave you now in the hands of Hot Radio. of the fuselage for a bit of extra lift as well. Put it into this knife edge position. Traditional maneuver for Richard Goodwin in the jet pits. And there you hit those jets kicking in. Now that's great news because he had a bit of a problem a couple of weeks ago, but he sent them off at considerable expense to get them serviced. And here we are with this amazing machine. Built from scratch over a period of 4 years. With those jets on board, you can literally hover in the sky, but you'll get everything here: roulards, pinwheels, hammerheads, Lomchevacs, the whole bag of unlimited aerobatics, all within a very small space, because this is a really, really maneuverable aircraft. It's essentially based on the Pitts S2S fuselage, but got a lot of tried and tested modifications. One difference being the wing design. It's absolutely unique, and it's also got massive ailerons on this, giving more wing area, giving it a phenomenal roll rate, but also better low-speed handling as well. Still uses quite a bit of energy management as well, using every bit of altitude to add to the speed, giving him a greater opportunity on the upward trajectory to put in a whopping series of maneuvers you're going to see right now. There'll be rolls, yes, flicking either left and right, then tumbling it, and all as a result of that extra power. Going upside down now, using a bit of rudder here to do a turn, hanging in his straps. And in fact, he's not just hanging in, he's ratcheted in. Such is the violent maneuver during the course of this display that any other normal straps would actually work their way loose. So just withstanding a fair amount of negative G there as he comes around. What is extraordinary again about this display is the sheer pace at which he switches from positive and negative G. When you compare this back to what Curtis Pitts came up with back in the mid-40s, mind you, he was designing then for specifically to compete in major aerobatic competitions. Taken forward by an extraordinary lady called Betty Skelton as well, with her little Stinker aircraft. That's hanging upside down in the Smithsonian across the other side of the pond there in Dallas Airport in the extra hangar in Washington, D.C. And, well, it just went on for years, and this is now essentially taking us back and reminding us of all the tremendous Pitts special teams that we had in the UK in the late 60s and 70s. Just doing tremendous things. Now, this looks like a normal one, but it isn't. It's not something you can buy off the shelf. Absolutely impossible after this extensive modification program. Right at the heart there, I said it's got a lot of power. Without the jets, it's got an 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine, 6 cylinders, equipped also with a massive smoke system as well. The normal gear's been removed, the engine mount modified, it's got titanium sprung gear legs and a new carbon cowling as well, reducing the weight and the profile drag. Got a modified rudder, and it looks good too, and it's also got additional yaw controllers as well, and those new wings giving it an amazing roll rate. So that's what's been giving this machine so much extra maneuverability, with a unique style of aerobatics where high energy gyroscopic forces have been combined with normal aerobatic maneuvers you'll see in the unlimited category that Richard is capable of flying. You just go to the top. Yeah, hates going in a straight line, this guy. Just loves to throw in a few extra flick rolls, tumbles, and using every bit of the power that he's got at hand there. Now, if that one big engine isn't big enough, each of the jet turbines, and if you look carefully, you can see them on the side of the fuselage, just behind the main engine, almost up to the cockpit. They add another 350 pounds of thrust each to the power of the aircraft, and that what gives him the ability to hover just like a Harrier. Slowing the aircraft down, he needs to just catch his breath, also check the engine T's and P's, very important, checking the aircraft, nothing else is untoward before going into the next set of high energy maneuvers. Real snap positive G there coming on, that's a hard thing. Kicking the turbine engines in now, keep your eyes on him as he literally goes up into the hover. And they're literally hanging on the propeller and power of those additional jet engines there, static in the sky. What a sight. Just slightly drifting back on the breeze there, letting the stick go forward, dropping the nose, and now using the energy of the downwards trajectory rather than the jets to go into the next series. Two completely different fuel systems, of course, on board to do this as well, enabling him to literally hang in the sky, going a little bit gyroscopic now, letting the prop essentially take over. And that's what's swinging the airframe round in a counter rotation. But holding on there, it's just so completely unnatural. He loves every minute of it, though. His dad was a well-known hunter display pilot in the Royal Air Force, so he grew up with aviation in his DNA. Used to fly a little Christian Eagle, then before moving on to his famous G-Whiz aircraft, the one with the Union Jack on it, before building this up at his base in Gloucester and getting the jet engine certified. Took him a long time, many, many years to get it to this level. All under control. It takes you years to get to this level of unlimited standard, however. Masses of practice and, of course, G tolerance as well. Even a guy that does it as regularly as Richard still has to train for it fairly regularly. It's a hard thing to keep up to speed with, and you can lose it very, very quickly as well. It is the rapidity, as I say, with which he switches from plus to minus, which is one of the really tough parts of this display. Snapping on that positive G again as he literally uses all that power at his disposal just to go straight up in line. You can hear the jets kicking in. He started that at pretty slow speed as well. And there again, letting the aircraft weight of that engine, that big 8.5 litre engine, take the weight, heading him back down. Exhausting work, actually. You can imagine putting yourself in a spin dryer or washing machine and selecting the fastest possible speed, tumbling and rolling constantly through the course of around 8 minutes. As well as his knife-edge pass, he's also well known for chasing high-performance aircraft and runways, and ribbon cutting either at limbo low level, or has also done one spectacular operation cutting the ribbon between two air balloons. Just letting it freewheel down in a controlled spin. He's perfectly acceptable. Does this all the time. And now inverted once again, hanging in the straps. As comfortable there as he is doing anything else. However, pushing against it, that when your head is away from the aircraft, very, very uncomfortable. Now back into his knife edge. And he will get a little bit of lift from that as well. It's possible to use the fuselage in space or instead of a wing itself, but this time electing to go hovering once again. A just phenomenal aircraft. And you just see the size. You check it against any other pit special. These are just huge wings he's put on this aircraft. Once again, snapping in the G, using as much of that energy to gain altitude, rolling it on the way up. Just almost accelerating up into the sky. So unusual. And he's just called a halt to that at the top. Yes, good evening. I can't hear myself either. I don't know what's going on with the gremlins that we've got in here, but certainly not the same as what we left earlier on. Let's see if we can fix it. How about that? Can you hear me now? Hello, Moriarty. Come in. This is Mork calling Orson. Mork calling Orson. Are we all happy down there on the beach and ready to rock and roll for a great session this evening? I certainly hope you enjoy today. What a lineup. Terrific flying, terrific fun, beautiful weather. Just what we need. Something completely different now coming up your way. And it's, of course, night air. And if you haven't seen it before, it's really, really lovely. Lots of sparkly pyros going off and fireworks. But we're going to kick off with a roar, of course, and that roar already familiar to those who've been with us during the course of this afternoon. Yes, we're kicking off with Turbo and the mighty Typhoon, and you'll be able to see right up the jet pipe that 40,000 pounds of thrust from the EJ200s lighting up the sky. That'll be followed by the Firebirds, a very gentle rolling maneuvers, all set to beautiful neon lights, and a bit of audience participation coming your way later on as well. Otto with a massively exploding, very lightweight Schweitzer helicopter, and concluding to the night, the Red Devil is going to be jumping out of the aircraft as it gets dark, all glowing together with their glow sticks and a few other tricks up their sleeves as well. So get yourselves organized. Don't forget, it is going to get dark, so make sure all the family stay together, and also make sure you've got all those belongings with you as well. Let's hope we have a safe and a really enjoyable evening. Oh, it's getting exciting out there, isn't it, this evening? Fantastic. I'm getting multiple messages. Keep those socials going, and lovely to hear that we've Sheena, Mel, Sam, and also Michelle are down there on the beach. Looking forward to this evening as well. And my chums out on Boundless, all lit up, anchored over there, ready to go for another night session. They do some amazing sound effects, those guys. They should put their videos up on our socials as well. Okay, not long to go before we get the roaring sound of Turbo. Okay, get your heads and your ears ready. Just a minute to go to start of this first day, the 16th Bournemouth Air Festival, the creators of Night Air. What deep joy we've had over all those years, and let's hope it continues for another 16. So here comes from the right-hand side. Let's welcome once again Turbo in the Royal Air Force Typhoon. Yeah, we don't get to say a great deal doing a Typhoon, but generally speaking, we always play a bit of music in the evenings as well for these fantastic displays. And there, great shots. Get all those photographs up on Insta and Facebook as well to the Bournemouth Air Festival sites. What a terrific evening. Another one of those outstanding slow rolls from Turbo there. Really wonderful to see this aircraft again, twice in a day. What a treat that is. Werner coming back in. He'll be slowing the jet down now, taking a little bit of a break. Came in around 600 miles an hour. That's, of course, because that is our speed limit if you just joined us. Look, it's all going very, very quiet. An extraordinary machine, this. Capable of Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, and here you see it now at just 120 knots. An awesome machine with the wonders of modern design and technology, and of course digital software all built into that. The canards twitching away, keeping him safe, And very shortly, just ram those throttles forward and relight the engines. Feel the G here, keeping it, squeezing it on as we go through this max rate turn. Absolutely stunning stuff. And here we go for the finale for the second time today. He's going to point it skyward, got clearance all the way up. Reheat coming on again. Big G pull, directly vertical. Get a shot of that. Wow, just a terrific start to this evening. Well, plenty more to come, but all very different genres. Firebirds coming up shortly, then Otto, of course, and finishing up with the Red Devils. So we're just going to reset now, make sure everything is recertified, clear turbo, back to the airfield before we press on with the next act. Well, thanks to Bruno there. Well, just a minute or so to go now before the next team come on. And of course, if you were here this afternoon, you've already seen them once, but they're going to do very much the same manoeuvres, but with a slightly different aspect. If you look out to the left-hand side now, you'll see John Dodd and Nigel Reed just positioning this wonderful sequence of pairs formation displays done gracefully. And as I mentioned earlier on, we generally in the evening just we quieten down a little bit and just let you sit back and enjoy it and set most of the acts to just a musical theme. And no difference here, except right at the end of this, we need you to get ready with your phones. We want the camera lights on, the torches, and we'll get a fly pass from John and Dottie right at the and Nigel right at the end of this sequence, and they're going to be filming that as well as they go down the beach on their way out. But right now, in their proper guise, with the neon lights on, please welcome once again the Firebirds. So just a little reminder about these aircraft. They're RV4s, of course, kit built amongst well over 10,000 of these. Great little touring aircraft, great aerobatic aircraft. And as you can see, they're just slightly modified to take the neon lights and in due course the pyrotechnics as well. It's a bit of a light evening for dusk. Dusk can be very dark sometimes, but in this case we're lighter than perhaps is ideal for these aircraft at the moment. But nonetheless, just a terrific display of formation pairs work at the same time as also gracefully picking out the shapes in the skies along with the lights. And here changing sequences, standing by for the first pyro fire. Many of these standard maneuvers, of course, they just look very different at night, coming through another what we call the half Cuban, putting that a little 180 twist in, as they're almost as if they were going to go through a loop and then just amending it slightly. And really neat, you're noticing those neon lights changing colour all the time. A little way to go yet. I'll hopefully give you the cue for their final fly past and the lights. A few more manoeuvres yet to go. Running in now for their night heart. Good opportunity to give your partner a squeeze. Just say hi. All my love to all my chums out there today. I've seen so many of you. Fantastic to see you. Firebirds pulling up for the heart. Okay, here we go. Now your chance to participate. Nigel's just switched his in-cockpit cameras on facing at you as you're coming from the right-hand side. Best of a Mexican wave with your telephone torches as best we can. Get them going now and come in a little bit closer. They'll be giving you a wave. You can't see them, but they'll be able to acknowledge that if you've got your torches on down there on the beaches, up on the overcliffs. Come on, light them up. They'll be doing the same, and they'll be putting this up on their own Facebook feed a little later on. Here we go, torches on. This is the Firebirds. And that is complete. Hope you enjoyed that. Really delightful. We'll maybe try and make it a bit darker tomorrow. Let's, anyway, still only halfway through this section of the night air. We've got an absolutely extraordinary guy coming up next, a showman of aviation, Brendan O'Brien. Has got an extraordinary background. He's flown well in excess of 250 different aircraft. Been there, done it. He's instructed on many of them as well. He's the guy that landed little Piper Cubs on the back of moving trucks and has done so many jobs during the course of the time. Flying the aircraft tonight, though, one of Brendan's mentors, Alex Garman. And Brendan will probably be flying it himself tomorrow night. But an explosion, a cataclysm of fireworks from one of the smallest, lightweight but very maneuverable helicopters, a little Schweizer. Brendan was known for starting up the trailer top landings, the crazy flying and aerial theatre under his brand name of O'Brien's Flying Circus many, many years ago. And it's great to have him back here. Very unique and versatile aircraft this. It's been the legend of the North American airshow industry in the hands of Roger Buis and Craig Hosking for many, many years. And they've entertained fans all over the US and the UAE, Mexico, Canada and Australia, now in the hands of Brendan's company. Very much referred to as the Mickey Mouse of the airshow circuit, but this time not in full display mode, just using all the pyros. And I can assure you there are a lot of them on this tiny little helicopter. So just a couple of minutes to run, and we'll see something completely different yet again. Okay, boys and girls, mums and dads, look at that white light in the sky there over on the left-hand side. That is Alex tonight in Otto. He's running in very, very slowly. And we will give him a cue very shortly when he gets in a little bit nearer, past Boscombe Pier there, for an explosive couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Otto. Well, what an extraordinary pleasure. That was absolutely outstanding. One of the longest sequences, actually, I've seen from Brendan's aircraft. Flown by Alex tonight. Of course, this was Otto coming down now. He's just going to take a quick look at you, fly down the seafront, and you can give him a wave. He'll probably make a few of you out there, or maybe just stick those phone torches back on again and give him a wave with those. Terrific job indeed. Really, really outstanding machine. Absolutely fantastic. Well, we're just going to allow him a couple of minutes now to clear the area before we bring the parachuting aircraft back in above us. So it'll be a couple of minutes now. And of course, that will be it after we have seen the parachutists from the regiment, the parachute regiment, of course, from the British Army. They are just clearing the airspace now. We'll hear from them talking through their particular nighttime show. First I've seen of them this year doing this, and no doubt they'll have a few tricks up their sleeves as well. So just to remind yourselves before you leave the beach, just make sure you've got everybody with you and everything else that belongs to you as well. And go carefully, won't you? Make sure you listen to all the stewards around and take directions from them and the police. Okay, everybody, let's stand by now to tell you all about this particular parachute drop. I'm going to hand you over now to Corporal Ryan Malt.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's display from the British Army's freefall display team, the Red Devils. My name's Corporal Ryan Malt. My job today is to explain to you on the ground what the jumpers are going to be doing. Looking into the rear, then you would have seen just some pyrotechnics go off. That would have been set off by our ground party. Helping me out, Private Oliver Hobbs and Lance Corporal Jordan Brown. If you look into the arena then, what you'll see is they've laid out an X. That will be done with light, as tonight's a night display, and that is to show the jumpers in the aircraft that the DZ is free and clear for them to land in. What you would have just seen from the aircraft then is they're doing a dummy run. Dummy run is used just so all the jumpers inside the aircraft can have a look outside and see what they're planning to land into. Right now, they're going to be climbing up to altitude. Tonight, they're going to be jumping between 6,000 and 8,000 feet. The team are going to be climbing up to 8,000 feet tonight. How you'll be able to see them, though, is they're all attached to their legs will be pyrotechnics. So as soon as they leave the aircraft, you're going to be able to see sparks flying out behind them. As you can imagine, tonight's display is vastly different to most displays you would see. The main nuance being as it's quite low light. The challenges this brings to the team is, of course, visibility. Visibility of the arena and visibility of each other in the air. This is all mitigated by the amount of training that the team do. At the start of each year, the team will go out to America, escape the British winter, and do 1 month of skydiving in Florida. Each member of the team is expected to carry out 100 parachute descents, and every single one of them is assessed. They'll jump from all the way down to 2,000 feet, up to 14,000 feet, and practice for every eventuality, for every kind of display that we do. The team will do displays from 2,000 feet, usually governed by air traffic control, usually in the center of London where the plane can't climb any higher, and they'll do that in all the conditions that are limited to us, okay? So that's limited from British skydiving, so we'll jump from 2,000 feet in 20-knot winds, and we'll still aim to land in the smallest of arenas. They'll take it all the way up to 10,000 feet, where you'll be able to see them free fall for up to 30 seconds. While they're climbing to altitude, I want you to keep an eye on the plane. What you should see when the team are ready to get out, the jump master will be sticking his head out the door, aiming to get the team in the right spot. When he's happy, he will climb outside the aircraft, hang his body onto the plane, and ignite the pyrotechnics from his legs. So when you see the sparks flying out the back of that aircraft, make sure you give us a nice loud cheer in case I can't see it. The Red Devils are also the only team in the UK that will launch wingsuits into displays. You might have seen them on the internet. So what wingsuits are, a large piece of material that the team member will wear, and that allows him to create massive amounts of lift off his body and will allow him to travel forwards in the air at a ratio of 3:1. So every foot that he drops, he's traveling forward 3 feet. And you'll be seeing that tonight from Corporal Stephen Hanley. He'll be the first member out the plane, and you'll see him streaking across the sky with the pyrotechnics off the back of his leg. Right now in the plane, every member of the team will be looking outside the windows, seeing where they're going to be landing into, confirming the final plans. For every display, they'll come up with 3 or 4 courses of action. From there, depending on conditions, they'll decide on what they're about to do. At the moment, the plane looks to be at about altitude, so from now they'll all be getting ready to exit the aircraft. So if you keep an eye on that plane, and as you can see now, the jump master's hanging on the outside of the aircraft, soon to leave when he gets over the right spot. And there he goes, in that wingsuit. Watch him travel across the sky at a ratio of 3:1. He's building up speed to about 120 miles an hour. He'll fall for up to 40 seconds in that wingsuit, deploying his canopy at a predetermined altitude. Following behind him you'll see two members of the team holding on to each other. At a predetermined altitude, those two members of the team will split apart, track away from each other by shaping their bodies into a delta wing formation. They'll give them massive separation from each other and allow them to deploy their canopies in their own clear airspace. From there, they'll immediately be assessing their drift, where they're going to be falling into the arena, and a setup point for their canopy flight. If you look at the very top formation, you'll see three skydivers now falling away from each other. And the bottom three Red Devils have now deployed their parachutes. They'll now be looking into the ground as the ground crew set off the pyrotechnics and the smoke. The smoke will allow them to assess the wind conditions and allow them to set up in the correct position to land it in nice and tight into the arena. Look into the arena, you'll see a cross. That's actually not a target for the team to hit. However, we do cheer a little bit louder for the blokes who land a little bit closer. Coming in then, setting up the landing pattern for the rest of the team. Today's jump master pulls down on his front risers, driving his canopy into the ground. Nice round of applause for Lance Corporal Oliver Goss. See, as the Red Devils now set themselves up in a stack in a predetermined landing order and bring themselves into the arena. Coming in now, diving his canopy in nice and fast from his wingsuit, Corporal Stephen Handley. Coming in after him as he swoops his canopy round, one of the most experienced members of the team, Corporal Mike French. Next coming in, nice round of applause for Corporal Richard Kingston. Coming in now, Lance Corporal Lewis Cuddy. Last two Red Devils in the sky now, ladies and gentlemen, nice and loud. Lance Corporal Adam Bellingham. As the last Devil now sets up his landing point, watch him as he pulls down on his front risers. Nice round of applause as the last man touches down on the ground nice and safely. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you've taken any photos tonight, please do tag us. Whilst the team are on the ground, feel free to go up to them, take some pictures. That's what we're here to do. We want to speak to you and answer any questions that you have to ask. Make sure we answer them. One final round of applause for the Red Devils Army Parachute Display Team.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Corporal Ryan Maltz there. A terrific evening. We all hope you've had a great day here today. Some fantastic flying. What a wonderful amphitheatre this is for air display flying, and just having a great day out. Make sure you're all back here by about 1 o'clock tomorrow. We've got an even longer lineup throughout the course of the entire day tomorrow. The weather looks great as well. Enjoy yourselves this evening. Don't rush away. Make the most of what Bournemouth has got to offer this beautiful, beautiful evening. And go safely, won't you? See you all tomorrow. Good night. Right now, back to Hot Radio to take you home.